Now, are we back? Yeah, okay, we are. Boys, this a fucking week or what? Well, there goes YouTube. I think everyone is probably already well aware of what's going on, but just in case, let me pull this up over here. Hey there, Seku. Love the starting soon screen. Why, thank you. It's a deeper, darker fantasy. God, I'm sorry. The humor is the fluids just don't flow today. Let me pour some tea, and we're gonna work through this. We have to work through the suck because oh boy, I did not see what we're gonna be dealt today. So, Charlie Kirk, um, for lack of a better term, conservative tradcon commentator, debate artist, for lack of a better term. Is the background loosely based on DDLC? I don't even know what DDLC is, so probably not. But we have saw Charlie Kirk was assassinated today. There is no better way to put that. He was doing a debate event in a gun-free zone, and the left has decided that if they cannot win a verbal debate, then there's not going to be a debate at all. So, yeah, sounds like there's yeah, I say your terms are acceptable because what the leftist has a tendency to forget is that we are significantly better at immediate violence of action than they ever will be because they are congenitally soy-fed fucks. And we have to stop ourselves from visiting unholy bloody justice upon them. The White House is well aware. JD Vance has posted his statement. POTUS has posted his. If they do not get people in leg irons by the end of the day, there will be riots. Someone has to hang for this in a very big, in a very impressive fashion. There has to be a dog and pony show with multiple people eating shit for this. Get people on incitement, get people on whatever the fuck you want. I want at least half of the fucking Democratic Party in leg irons. Because if not, good old boys are going to find out that they've had quite about the fuck enough. And we're going to start collecting scalps. All of the fucking Harry Sissons, Hassan Abis, and all of the other cocksuckers, there will be nowhere to hide. There will not be a gradual process. No, 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 no. I'm sorry, we're past the point of that. There will not be camps. You're all going into an unmarked grave. Unless the feds manage to quell this fire through immediate action. And the Democrats better start rereading their own fucking timelines, praying to whatever the fuck they believe in that they have never made a violent allusion towards Charlie Kirk. Because all of those fucks are culpable. And the reason that this makes everyone justifiably angry is because Charlie was not a threat. Well, I mean, he was a threat in the sense that he made the left look retarded because they are. He's not an academic. He wasn't a sophisticated man. I disagree with a lot of his held beliefs. But at the end of the day, all he did was debate and talk. The man was a moderate. The man fought for a political solution. Charlie Kirk was on the side of people insisting that we should talk the left off the wall, not hang them off lampposts. And after today, the lampposts are the majority opinion. So y'all better buckle the fuck up. Now then, if after the events of this week, honestly, after the events of the recent 10 years, but especially this week, if you do not have access to a firearm, you are not paying attention. If you do not have a firearm within reach, you are not a serious person. You have to be armed. The opposition has shown their hand. I will stress this once again, just as I did with my tweet, just to drive the point home. Charlie Kirk beat them at a verbal debate, and they killed him. In broad daylight and cold blood. Imagine what they will do to you. Now, you have to consider what are your options to prevent that. And that's sort of a train of thought that I started following today as I was DMing T-Man, because apparently he lacks any kind of offensive kit. So I guess we're going to go through a quick shopper's guide as to how to kit yourself up so that you too are a hardened target before a rapid onset boog. So we're just gonna stage some tabs here real quick because of course I didn't prepare in advance. Right, so there appears to be a discrepancy in your ammo cans. Might need to sort it all by hand. Do you have multiple calibers in the same can, or is it? I hope you didn't mix 5.56 and 300 blackout, because that's not something you want to play with. I recently seen a dissected 5.56 rifle that had a 300 blackout round work into it. It's not great. It's not great. But yeah, let's go over. Was a remanufactured 5.56 steel core and special duty ammo. Nice. Okay then. At the very least, it's different loads. So, I have some soft tip for my 300 blackout because my MCX is my primary, and that is what I'll be leaning on these next few weeks. So, as I was saying, have a primary. If you have a sidearm, good. If you feel the need, if you feel that one of your niches is not covered, if one of the roles in your kit is not covered, I think now is a good time to pay a visit to your local FFL. I wouldn't rely on anything that requires shipping. You're probably limited to whatever is within driving distance to you. So, physical stores, FFLs, even your local Bass Pro Shop, honestly. Sports and outdoors, or whatever the fuck that Academy Outdoors. If you are tight up on options, anything where you can walk in and pay for shit is going to be your preferred option. Big box gun stores also probably yes. You can swing the money. You believe in safe line frass, segment the level 3+ body armor. Gunpro say you shouldn't be getting hit more than once. So you're dealing with an onslaught. Being a tank is your best bet beyond more ammo. I personally have level 4 plates. They're multi-hit level 4 ceramics. And we're gonna go over a body armor in a moment. I believe in being able to wear fully functional body armor. If you can't move in a set of level 4 plates, sucks to suck, get stronger. They're not that heavy, especially ceramic multi-hits. You don't have much in the way of combat cartridges, more training ammo. You have more 250 grain 44 Magnum, and you do 300 gram, right? See, this is because Garantham threw everything at that Fraz stuff, and it ate it all. Also fair. Yeah. So Seku, the thing is, I think that in the context that we're looking at, training ammo is fine. Because realistically, uh, logged in at work being naughty, we won't tell anyone, Dom. We're discussing general preparedness and general kit. So, I think that to your comment about training ammo, I think FMJ is perfectly fine for the applications that we're looking at, because our applications, district managers here all day earlier, damn, that's harsh. But FMJ is perfectly fine because our primary use cases are going to be, I'm going to say, call it expanded home defense until further notice. We're going to try to glow very mildly today. But FMJ is fine. Thank you for the T redeem, Dom. Soft point, hollow points, sort of any specialty performing ammo is necessary when you have considerations like overpenetration. If we're gearing up for a boog, the quality of the projectile becomes less important. Mostly because any kind of damage that you can do with FMJs is generally going to be enough. Again, we need to remember that the opposition are P-brain Marxists. It is unlikely that they have access to good armor, if they even bother to wear plates at all, because most of them don't have the upper body strength to actually move around in plates. So I think FMJ is perfectly fine. You don't need steel core ammo. You don't need AP ammo. If you have access to it, all the better. But remember, no one wears plates on their balls. And neither are there any plates for the pelvic bowl. So FMJ is perfectly fine, given that leftists exist in large groups. Rather, they only become oppositional when they are in large groups. It is likely that overpenetration may become a feature, not a bug. Give them a front hole. Oh, that hole's gonna go both ways. So many terrible front hole jokes. That front hole is gonna reach all the way up their ass. I am looking at my goddamn Benelli. I need to get an extra EOTech for it, which I will likely do over the course of Black Friday. I will either get a dedicated 300 blackout EOTech with like the double dots for different range sightings, and plop that onto the MCX, and then move my current EOTech onto the Benelli. Or I'll just buy a new one, and that's it. Just be done with it. All right, so, but as I've said previously, so I'm just going to basically repeat what I said to T-Man in my message to him. Basically, your bare bones kit is going to be a primary long gun, 6 magazines, 200, at least 200 rounds of ammo, a first aid kit, and a plate carrier. Then, if you have the extra space and the extra time, then we preoccupy ourselves with a sidearm. ARs are going to be generally present in 2 primary genders, PSA shit sticks that just work, and the buy once cry never. That's my option on support unison prep. They ought to have logistics wins fights after all. You are being a little bit non-specific. The thing is that the only way for you to set up anything resembling effective logistics is to rely on your local network of people. So, if you are moving around in a group of more than one or more than two people, this is where your role separations sort of kick in, where you have, for example, a dedicated medic. Good magazines are kind of expensive. How do I get lots? Buy one Lancer per week. You'll find yourself with many magazines very soon. I mean, Magpuls are perfectly fine. Magpuls are what? They're hardly more than $1 a piece. The Palmetto banana may be a bad example. Magazines, AR magazines. So I wouldn't say that magazines are expensive. Magazines are a wear part. So there you go. Lancers. 5.56 Lancer translucent with metal feed lips. $10. $7. I'm sorry, there is no excuse to not stock up on magazines. And listen, that's why I like PSA. You log in and, Poverty State Armory's got you. Whenever you're hurting for something, if you look long enough into the Palmetto State Armory clearance section, you might actually see something that is at a legitimate discount. I've picked up 5 boxes of 300 Blackout just last week. We're gonna get into shopping ammo. Magpul PMag, $12. Sten mags, $10. Like, you see what I mean, right? Like, the magazines are definitely not the high spend area. So, in terms of guns, what grain of Blackout do I like? I like my supers, so I generally stay under 200 grains because I want the temporary cavity of a supersonic round. Hey there, Milo. How are you doing? Point is, being poor makes buying lots of stuff at once tough. So included in the budgeting timeline. Yeah, that is accurate. That is an accurate representation. That's why I insist on brick and mortar purchases when possible, because it sort of lightens the load a little bit. You don't pay for the extra handling of making making extra purchases, and you're able to spread it around over time a little bit better. But yeah, let's work off of sort of baseline things. So, PSA shit sticks, memes aside, if you get the one that's been QC'd properly, then it's going to run. It's going to run for approximately 10,000 rounds, and then it's going to fall the fuck apart. So, if you are hurting for a long gun right now, I would say that any of the PSA shit sticks in the $500 to $700 range are going to allow you to at the very least have that niche covered, and you're going to at the very least know that you have a long gun to rely on. Now, there is another school of thought where it's pay once, cry never. And that's when you start getting into rifles that start $1,500. I am not your lawyer. I am not your parent. I'm not going to tell you which one to buy. Me personally, I spent $3,000 on my primary rifle, and I'm very much in the cry never camp. We're gonna get the shotguns. We're gonna get the shotguns. Shotguns are the next fallback. And as you can see, they do have these little dagger bundles. Not particular. I'm not personally a fan of the PSA dagger. I would rather spend my money on a genuine Glock, but sidearms are a luxury at this point. So just be aware of that. Um, Another consideration is going to be your branding. So Palmetto State Armory, yes. CMMG, yes. Smith and Wesson, yes. Daniel Defense, yes, but they're always going to be expensive. There's no such thing as a budget-friendly Daniel Defense. If anything, you're probably overpaying by quite a bit. Aero Precision, Geisley, FN, and Springfield Armory. So those are going to be your sort of middle market options. High Point is super reliable. How can you not, please? We're trying to have a serious discussion here. I was about to say they don't make ARs, but no, they do now. Unfortunately, they do. That's all right. That's all right. The problem solver. Yeah. We're not going to entertain the AK fantasy, just because we're not. And in terms of calibers, focus on 5.56 and 223 Wild. 5.56 being the most common round that's available. And there you go. So conservatively, you can expect to spend about $700 setting the whole thing up. I personally bias towards it killed a bear. The problem solver did. I guess it killed a bear at some point. I am a big fan of having at least baseline optics on any long guns, not even necessarily magnified ones. And since we're operating off of a budget assumption, we go for bottom of the barrel here. So, for example, here's your Vortex Strikefire 4 MOA with 10 Magpul magazines for a total of $200. That is a steal. That is why we love Poverty State Armory. Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The guy who clocked the black bear in his home as it was lunging towards him. True, true, true. He was lucky that it was not a large bear, too. See, like I want to like Vortex, but at the same time, again, we're going strictly off of budget. If we're going for budget here, I will allow both Vortex and Hollow Sun. For my personal use, I'm probably never going to go with a Vortex because I don't like American companies who manufacture in China, and all of the Vortex red dots are made in China. So I'm probably going to go the extra mile and just pay for having my slide milled for a Trigicon RMRCC, or I'll at the very least go with the shield because shields are at the very least made in the UK. It's an LPVO, well marked for data usable. Okay, so the LPVO is probably made in America. That or in the Philippines. But again, I have a principled distaste of PSA, not of PSA of Vortex. Again, I am very much against American companies making stuff in China. I'm looking at something like this actually. This is on the smaller end. You read the manual unlike some weirdos. Good for you. And you see these are the props of being able to read. I think I've seen this particular site in person. It sits very snug on some on subcompact Glocks. There's a little bit of overhang. Hey there, Project. I don't assume you check the news, so I'm not going to ask. But yeah, so again, if we're going for budget concerns, Hollow Sun is acceptable. Vortex has pretty okay red dots, reasonably priced. For a long gun, you're probably going to want to stick to something. Facebook kind of shoved it down your throat. Ah, sorry about that, man. Well, at least you didn't get the full up close footage that we got on Twitter. Then again, I insist that in order to make the severity of the situation properly sink in, you probably should look at the up close footage at least once. But yeah, Seku brought up the subject of shotguns. Shotguns are great. We love shotguns here. Now, shotguns shotguns that are acceptable for our purposes also come in two genders. Those being semi-auto. There is up close footage. Don't go. This project again. I've seen it. I am not particularly squeamish. If you feel like if you feel like feeling, let me word this well. If you want to feel burning hate, go and find the up close footage on Twitter. It's not difficult to find. I will not expose you to that. But as I was saying, so for shotguns, if we're going budget, like proper fucking budget, we're going to go with there are Benelli pump shotguns, really? Sorry, I just need to check that real quick. Damn, there are Benelli pump shotguns. Who would have thought? I'm getting sidetracked. But in reality, we want Mossbergs. I do not see Mossberg. Mossberg, there it is. I don't see it because I'm barely looking. For the purpose of shotguns, if you can get it with a rail, highly recommend. See all open site, cheap, goes on sale all the time, nice and accurate, nice. Also as tough as a coffin nail. That's why I like EOTechs. The EOTechs are very much designed to outlive their user. Used Mossberg? Sure, listen, if you can get your hands on that. So for pumps, Mossberg 590 series, you cannot go wrong. They go click boom every time. I kind of fuck with the retrograde. I'm not gonna lie. I really like the retrograde. This one is a hunting mod. I don't enjoy those. Mossberg has a quality control issue. Really? Well, listen. Their QC problems are still smaller than anything that Remington is currently battling with. Hey there, Crispian. So the way I am currently setting up my kit is I have a breacher shotgun dangling off of my plate carrier to the side, and my primary is the MCX. So this is effectively a sidearm. Remington Ruger should be fine. Again, Remington has filed for bankruptcy again, so Remington is getting passed around like a $2 whore. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you want to spend money on Remingtons at this point. So I would say Mossberg 500 series is going to be your best bet. Can I limit that? We always go 12 gauge just because, ubiquitous caliber, easily available. Not a fan of the tactical ones that run like the AR pattern stock. I wonder if they have a Mossberg Maverick 88 tactical pump shotgun. I say this is a solid middle ground. Yeah, like Mossberg 590 tactical pump. I assume it's designated tactical because it has a polymer grip and it has some pre-built sights. Seems to have pretty nice capacity. That looks like a full-size tube too. Yeah, 8+1. Oh, that's significant. It's a literal meme, but you like your KSG? I get very confused trying to run KSGs. Like, I've interacted with the thing a couple of times, and the manual of arms just boggles the mind. I wouldn't trust myself to run that. Adjustable stocks are good because people are not adjustable. Everyone's adjustable to a certain extent with correctly applied training and violence. And the stocks on Mossberg 590s are short enough for anyone adult sized to run. You're out. Oh, they're making you work dispatch. Well, thank you for checking in regardless, Seko. At least you were here for the shotgun segment. But yeah, if you're trying to budget a little bit harder, I'd say a basic shotgun with a bunch of elastic S-Tac cards to reload off of is going to be your best bet. You can get more ammo. It is a shoot stick that's going to probably run better than any AR of an equivalent price. Because I would probably trust the Mossberg 590 more than I would trust the Palmetto State Armory AR. Especially since this is pump. Now, semi-auto shotguns are a slightly different beast. We're going to go for Benelli. We're going to allow for Berettas. Berettas, there we go. And so Beretta 1301 is probably the best American-made shotgun you can think of in terms of semi-auto and like what you get for the money that you pay. I am a Benelli fan. I stick by my 1014, but I have to admit that the 1301 is solid competition. So if you're looking to spend on a shotgun, maybe Beretta 1301. Beretta A300 is also nothing to scoff at. Like, it's also a very rugged and very well-built shotgun. Because of that, good fucking luck finding it anywhere. Oh, speaking of which, Benelli M4. $1,900. And it's probably, yes, it's with the non-folding stock and gimped 5-round tube. So we don't pay for that. If you're going to drop the money on a Benelli, make sure that it's a proper M1014. It means that it has a 7-round tube and it has a proper adjustable stock. Don't be stupid. Don't pay for stupid shit. Are there any Beretta A300? I've seen a Beretta A300 on sale somewhere just recently. Guess not. Right, so we've talked about making holes, let's talk about stopping holes. Shellback is the brand that I personally carry. That's my plate carrier. Let me see if it's here. I have the Banshee Elite 3, just because, I don't know, it looked nice. It seemed to have done everything that I wanted it to do. I run level 4 plates. It has a built-in admin pouch. The cummerbund is okay. The front molly pouch is also fine. Usually you'd want to bundle that with, you know, some kind of magazine pouch, some kind of containers for your ammo. And that is probably all I have to say on the subject. Noted, the reason I place plate carriers last in the sort of order of priority of buying kit is because they cost a lot of fucking money. And that's pretty much about it. But they are useful for being able to concentrate your kit on your body very efficiently. So it's a necessary expense, very much a pay once, cry once kind of situation. If you are in an urgent need for something to cover yourself up, that's where 511 comes in. Because the 511 plate carrier is shit. It objectively is. It's not a well-made plate carrier. However, if you currently need to cover your ass with something, then you just go and you pick yourself up a 511 plate carrier. They always have them in stock with most of their stores. you will be able to armor up at the very least. And it's going to be an okay thing to hold most of your shit and some level of 4 plates. Worthwhile to test out little things like belt mag holders. Cheap you can figure out ahead of time. Yes, that is also true. Battle belt, in my opinion, is a little bit extra. I've run without a battle belt for the longest time. So I would focus on the plate carrier for this. I need to take a very brisk break. I guess you can have this one for now. Keep yourselves entertained. I will be right back. Go refill your drinks, use the facilities. Right, where were we? No, I don't want the 15%. One, testing, testing. Okay, we're back. Excellent. Hey there, sort of a demon. We're shopping around for a potential boob. I hope you're doing well today. You men, by the way, gun belts are much easier to find and test than battle belts. Ah, I see. That's okay, Dom. That's okay. They pop up fairly frequently, so I've gotten good at spotting and hunting them down. He had like maybe a good 3 seconds of life in him. But yes, so gun belts are. There's also war belts. I'm not quite sure like what separates a war belt from a battle belt. It seems a little bit esoteric at that point. But yes, I would bias towards like just a sturdy EDC belt because it can also multi-purpose. Just make sure that you have your dedicated outside the waistband holster if you're carrying a sidearm. But so whenever you're in a situation of I need to get something right the fuck now, this is great. This is fantastic. This is fantastic. 511 got you covered because this is fine as a short-term thing. Get a nice one from Bigfoot Belts, made of nice, still bridal leather, very inconspicuous. I don't think a lot of stiff bridal leather. Okay. Yeah, your keyboard game is slipping, but yeah, yeah. I think that the belts being inconspicuous is a bit of excessive caution because just like slight printing, most normies are not going to pick up on that. Like you may recognize a 511 shirt and instantly think, "Oh, there's a gun." Most people don't pick up on things as subtle at that as that. Realistically, most people barely pay attention to you, especially if you're like me and you just stripped yourself of any kind of discernible facial features by fucking shaving all of the hair off your head. I hate not having a beard. It fucks with me so hard. But I've been privy to a bit of a conversation that seems to have started right as the stream was picking up in the Discord. So I'm just going to comment on that. So Charlie was shot with a direct impact in the neck. To be specific, it was a low right impact. So based on what we know right now, the shot was made from about 200 yards, and the impact and the damage pattern is consistent with being hit with a small and fast moving projectile, likely a 5.56. It wasn't a subsonic round because there's no such thing as a subsonic 5.56. The point of the round is that it moves fast and delivers a lot of energy that way. Thus, the distortion of the soft tissue on his body as he was impacted. Generally not. People were saying you heard 2,000 feet. No, it's 200. No. It was off of a garage roof that is like that is on the campus. I'm not gonna go. We're not gonna go deep into the forensics, just because again information is floaty. But the most solid sources I've seen so far, they claim that it's within 200 yards of where he was sitting. So based on the fact that there's about 7 inches of bullet drop, uh, someone bought a rifle, sighted it in at 100 yards, went with the most basic bitch 5.56 they could find, uh, put a crosshair on the man's head, and pulled the trigger. Windage and bullet drop have produced a lower right hit, and that's that's about it. That was enough to to cause enough blood loss that he was likely beyond saving at that point. What I assume happened was just brain hypoxia through by means of him losing so much blood that his brain did not get oxygen. 48-hour rule is still in effect. You don't even know if they caught the shooter. Cash Patel posted that they have the shooter in custody. So I'm going to. I understand that we're not particularly pleased with Cash Money Patel right now, but at the same time, he is still the director of the FBI, and he is posting in an official capacity. So they just released the suspect. What do you mean they released the suspect? What the fuck? What do you mean they released the suspect? Oh, like the first guy? Yeah. The first guy was released. That's perfectly fine. That's not particularly the second guy too. What the fuck are the? Oh, that is a clusterfuck. All right, where were we? So, the other consideration that I think needs to be filled before you get around to actually buying a plate carrier is where's the medical? Fire and EMS. Unisex packs, button down, tactile, or is it in accessories? I always keep forgetting where they keep that shit. But 511 is also great. Who governs Utah? I am not sure if it's. I don't know who is currently the governor of Utah. Oh, hey there, Elias. Oh, the fire does indeed fucking rise. I'm not doing great. I am. I have to stop myself from saying things that are legally actionable and can be used for a for a credible threat. Utah is governed by reasonable people. Californians have been flooding, as they typically do. Spencer Cox. Okay. Oh, slings and gun holsters? Really? They have slings? Okay, I guess if you're out of sling, you can also pick that one up. Yeah, that's about how I feel right now. One of my eyes keeps shutting. His wife and kids were in the audience. That is horrible. It, again, it sort of goes to show that the man was there to talk, and that's all he wanted to do. Like that is the horror of the situation. And Dom, to your point previously, I agree with Notary that this is worse than your sort of run of the mill political assassination, because whenever you aim for a presidential hopeful or a president, it is sort of assumed as par for the course, and that's why those people get Secret Service security, because they're assumed to be high value targets that will be in the crosshairs of crazies. Uh, Charlie Kirk isn't Charlie Kirk isn't a politician first and foremost. He's an influencer, and he is a moderate milquetoast tradcon. Well, he was a moderate milquetoast tradcon, and it's worse than a presidential assassination because that's that's how low the bar is for the left. They will kill you for just talking better than them, for being good at dismantling whatever dog shit Marxist semantics they've put up. That is now the line. You don't need to actually be a serious threat. It is enough that you can just out talk them at their own game. That is it. That is enough for them to chimp out and try to kill you. And that's why that's worse. It's worse in terms of its impact because a generation of young men has understood that they are they have been designated as a legitimate target by the left. And fortunately, young men don't really like taking it laying down. So that's why the blowback is going to be bad. That's why this does more to radicalize young men than the two assassination attempts on Trump, especially since they failed. We do wonder what the Gen Z men who Kirk influenced will do. They're gonna, unless there's brimstone and fire, unless we see several notable Democrats who were caught Fed posting about Kirk are not in leg irons by the end of the day, I think those young Gen Z men are gonna boog. Not today, but they're gonna be on a trajectory to do so. Communist lives don't matter. True that. I'll drink to that. Is anything you're watching the majority of Christian media's getting ready? Yeah, that's also about right. It's about to get pretty Deus Volt up in this bitch. So I'm not sure if the intention was to scare the right or if it was just, a lone leftist chimping out against someone that they can't debate with because they're retarded. But the only thing they've achieved is, in fact, radicalizing the right. You don't think these mooks think that far ahead? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It may have just been a standalone individual who just chimped out for one reason or another, and that's probably all the reason that he needed. Could have been an accelerationist, but at least the same outcome anyway. I maintain that it may have been an accelerationist in the sense that he was probably a left wing accelerationist, thinking that, well, since the rhetorical battle, the dialectic battle is lost, and therefore they have to resort to violence because the bad orange man who is bad is now in office because of the bad Charlie Kirk who clowns on students on student campuses. Like, it might be as simple as that. That's the thing, Dom. I don't think I agree with Notary. I think those people are too stupid to know the difference. They see Charlie Kirk dunking on their points. Shapiro about invest in security tonight. Shapiro has invested in security this entire fucking time. Again, this is a discussion that I've had with that fucking midwit Akemi. The reason why synagogues don't get shut up anymore, and anymore is an important qualifier, is because synagogues stopped being a soft target about 10 years ago. The Jews got that memo very, very early on. Anytime you see a visible synagogue, there's going to be at least one retired IDF guy whose sole purpose there is to look for people starting shit and to put one between the perp's eyes the moment he fucking blinks. That's why those fucksticks don't target synagogues. Because they know the moment they produce something that resembles a firearm, they're going to get ventilated. They're going to peek a corner and then they're going to be breathing through a new hole in their forehead. It is. It is. It's a lot of the people who run security, like for example, the synagogue that I go to whenever I'm in Florida, they just legit have an IDF and an ex-IDF guy who he's not in any stable place because that's not how you run security. But there's usually one guy who's visible, and there are more guys in the back. And even the guy who's visible, he has a certain route. So he changes location. He does soft screenings on anyone who passes through and near the entrance. And by screening, I mean he interacts with you in sort of really subtle ways and looks for your reactions to see whether or not you are a problem, whether or not you belong in this context. Are are you currently amped up? Are you hyperventilating? Are your pupils dilated? Are you perhaps overdressed for the context? Are you the odd man out? These are things that they actively scan for as professional security. Assassins aren't kosher? Yes, definitely not. So I think Shapiro has been investing in his security for quite a while now. Mind you, that's why Shapiro also barely appears in public. Basic human intelligence work banned in the U.S. In U.S. airports for some reason. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, U.S. airports just they butt sniff everyone. Israeli airports just dead ass screen you for being Arab, kind of based really. They refer to it as how do they say that? The visible attributes of the enemy is usually the way they word that. So it's an Arabic accent when you speak, a certain hue of pigment, certain style of dress, a certain attitude. Like there's usually a confluence of things that will flag you as someone who stands out in the crowd. And it's their job to run that kind of filtering. And that's why you, for example, have plainclothed security agents in the Ben Gurion airport, just sometimes casually walking up and striking up conversations with people who they want to additionally screen. After 9/11, they br- brought in the head of security from the Tel Aviv airport for advice and guidance. They ignored everything he said and went, let's be politically correct and spend money on an agency. God, I hate that so fucking much. Because remember, Ben Gurion has not had a single fucking terror attack ever since that one time. And that was the only time that happened. Patel did announce the second guy was released. Holy shit. Okay, so we don't even have a shooter. Shooter is still at large. I guess, hey, if you're in Utah, here's your scalp. Go hunt. Meanwhile, I am still going to look for the medical shit. Because it's important to have the medical shit. Accessories. I guess it's going to be an accessories. Carabiners. All right, but these are pouches. So I have one of these. I have a pull-through pouch just because, it's convenient because of where it sits on the very back of my battle belt. And that way I have it as a convenient pull-through to use. There it is. So, that is actually the thing that I wanted to direct y'all towards. Whenever you see a 511, and it's very likely that there's a 511 near you, pick up one of these. Even if you have a trauma kit on you, just buy one of these. It's $70. It's good to have a number of. They usually also sell loose cat tourniquets. This has all of the fundamentals, all of the essentials you need. It has gauze, it has a chest seal, and it has a bandage, and it has a tourniquet. This is your basic bleed kit. Have this somewhere. Better in triplicates. Remember, one is none, two is one, three is just enough. Yep, that's probably it. That's probably it. Oh boy. Well, I guess we can talk about the other elephant in the room. Let me hide Chrome for a moment just to make sure that I don't violate TOS with with a flashbang. Oh boy. So I think there is a bit of a cumulative effect right now with regards to Charlie. You know what? I'm going to put up this just because it's a very impactful piece of art. It sort of tells the story better than I can. But I think a lot of the reason the this assassination hits so hard is because there's still a lot of momentum um, from the stabbing that has occurred. What was it? 48 hours ago, 24 hours, very recently, very recently, and everyone is still pretty fucking angry and pretty raw. And I would say these two killings are two different sides of the same coin. Using this to filter out people who are either in support or out loud or not of caring about Kirk's death. What do you mean? Also, this wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Also, the school? Oh, the Catholic school. I think the Catholic. So with the Catholic school thing, I think they've managed to poison the well very quickly. People are a little bit desensitized to this because oh, you know, another oh, I almost dropped the slur there, but basically yeah, oh, it's another one of those. Uh it's another one of those quick let's ban all of the guns, and then it shifted into banning guns, and no, only banning guns for trans people, which I've explained why this is a bad idea, because at no point do you want to give the federal government executive fiat to just bar any one demographic from owning guns. And that whole conversation, while pretty heated, I think it got washed over by the whole gun debate pretty fast, because, you know, the ambulance chasers did their thing. Other VTubers who are just posting how happy they are about him being. Wait, what the fuck? There are VTubers who are actually doing that. Elias, are you for real right now? You haven't logged into Blue Sky yet? Holy fuck. And it makes sense why they would be doing that on Blue Sky of all places. Uh Someone has to, I don't know. I think that this is in this particular case, like after that one time Tricky shat herself uh with the Trump assassination attempt, I think at least the big ones know better, and the big ones will shut the fuck up. Like the Trickies of the world, I think have first of all gotten some of the poison out of their system, and I think most of the big ones are smart enough to not say shit because they know that they'll just get put on a list. Because I even peeked into like a pretty deep red fucking commie Discord, and everyone was kind of very mindful of the things they say. Like no one there was glowing. The entirely hypothetical lines of thought after that incident was, let's consider transgenders as candidates for prohibited gun owners, and that has shifted straight to okay, cowabunga it is. I guess that's an accurate description of that timeline. Matthew Dowd celebrating the murder on MSNBC has been wild. Yes, that was an actual fucking wrinkly ass ghoul, barely concealing his glee at the fact that a man has died, smirking the entire time. Absolutely fucking despicable. He deserves nothing less than the noose. Other small indies are. I don't think even the small indies would say shit, would talk shit right now. It's like I think the climate right now is such that anyone with half a brain cell knows that they're just going to be on the raw end of that particular stick. I'll pull that down. All right. So, but yeah, to give you the abridged version, you will pray for every communist into the hands of the devil for this transgression. We'll get there soon enough. That he's not already fired shows that the fucking Doom map deserves MSNBC to be. Found two who were, and you're now hard distancing from them. Jesus fuck. I hope it's. Well, I'm pretty sure that no one in T-Man's orbit would be that. So, but yeah, it's very much name and shame at this point. But apparently, so the girl who was quite brutally stabbed, butchered, I would even say, Irina Zaruska is the. It's not Irina, it's not Arina, it's Irina, is the proper way um, of pronouncing her name. But I believe she's what 23-year-old girl, genuine war refugee, actual productive member of society. Just got to work to sustain herself the moment she got a work permit, did not live on the public dole, randomly, ruthlessly butchered by a fucking subhuman animal who should not have been released into the public. And it turns out that he was actually arrested and released 14 times by judges and prosecutors who all have different degrees of accolades for their DEI work. Go figure. Leaflet was talking about Chubas who were happy in a Discord she's in, no names. That's a shame. I think that names need to be spoken. I'm kind of beyond, respecting the privacy of DMs at that point. If someone is that much of a subhuman ghoul, I would name and shame. Someone who has worked in meat processing plant, butchered is the correct term. Yes. Everyone deserves a second chance. Sort of a demon to an extent, but I think a 14th chance is a little bit too lavish. The problem here is the fuckhead was found to be incompetent to stand trial. At which point, if you can't stand trial, you can't play with all of the other kids. You go into a fucking cage and you're medicated. Yeah, good night, sort of a demon. Thank you for checking in. But I watched the video. We're not going to rewatch the video on stream just because of the subject matter. His own mother was trying to get him confined. Well, she wasn't trying hard enough now, did she? He apparently has a half-brother, go figure, who is currently doing time for murdering a 60-year-old woman. So, something genetics, something heritable traits, something subclinical IQ. The founding of this nation, most serious crimes were punished with death. It was a better era. Yeah, I'm sorry. As much as I am uncomfortable with the death penalty being basically us entrusting the government to deal in the questions of life and death, in clear-cut cases like this one, I think the noose is the only answer. And the noose is a compromise, because I would prefer that he be quartered. Preferably in a football stadium with cameras running. Oh, hey there, not Linkara. You're joining on a cheery note today, aren't you? So, as I've said previously, we're not going to roll the imagery. We're not going to roll the video. The video is impactful. It is posted in the Discord. If you have not seen it, I would say go and look. It's educational. It provides an important lesson along two lines. The first important lesson is we've already passed the assassination, not Linkara. We've covered the assassination in spades. There's not really a lot to talk about outside of the fact that I guess there is no political solution, and if you don't have a gun yet, you should probably buy one. But we're talking about the girl who was randomly stabbed to death on the light train by a representative of the Democrats' client class. Where you live, everyone has one. Based. Good man. The funny thing is, the best quote for this you have comes from an alcoholic gay furry. Listen, they got some bangers. You're tired of diplomatic justice? That justice doesn't taste enough like blood? Yeah, that does go kind of hard. I'm gonna have to steal that. But essentially it elucidates it. The Curse of Irina is a very unfortunate case study that puts a light on a lot of very uncomfortable discussions. And I think these are conversations that need to be had. You're in Colorado, but countryside is a perk. Understandable. Again, you don't. Again, I'm not going to go over the entire shopping list, but the order of priority is long gun, ammo, IFAK, plate carrier, sidearm. Go through that checklist. If you don't have one of those things, maybe do some shopping around. But to the subject at hand, I think that the incident elucidates a lot of things, and it's important to sort of work through all of them. One of those is the fact that the Longhouse is a suicide cult because it instills and enforces suicidal empathy. What do I mean by that? It means that it creates a narrative and it points fingers at you for breaking that narrative. It points fingers at you for deviating from the consensus, and the consensus is that all people are equal and you don't need to be responsible for your own safety. The old Islamic stone surprise. Hey, listen, there were stonings in the Old Testament. They're not exclusive to the Mohammedans. We're gonna get to them in spades momentarily, but they're just further down the list from the communists, at least for now. But as I was saying, the Longhouse instills a feeling of a false feeling of safety, and it discourages being responsible for your own safety. On the one hand, I think that in a first world environment, there should be an allowance for a certain degree of negligence. While I am all for personal responsibility, I think that we deserve to live in a society that is well managed and well maintained enough that a girl can take a train at night from work and not die in the process. I think we should aspire to be that society, and hopefully we're going to be increasingly comfortable with taking the steps that are required to become that society. The risk of being butchered by a retarded schizophrenic is legitimately a third world concern and not something that we should have to contend with living in America, the world hegemon. That is just not a problem that we should be having. That dreadlock headed fuck should have been locked away like the animal that he is long before he ever had an opportunity to do that. Yes, without the Sadarin and the distancing from it. Listen, we'll think of different solutions here. No one true solution. But that is one point that is sort of highlighted by that incident. We should not be dealing with these problems. We should not be at the mercy of the Democrats and, by extension, the Marxist client groups that they use in their subversions. We should not allow them to weaponize violent schizophrenics that they set loose on us in our cities. That is just not a thing that should happen, and people who are complicit in doing that should hang. The second component of that, Doomer take, but we're way past those times in America. I think we're, again, as Charlie tweeted regarding this event, that today America changed, and I think America changed again this afternoon. So no black pills, but someone's gonna have to end up in a fucking unmarked grave. I'm sorry, but the Marxists have exhausted their welcome, and I'm kind of out of patience for political solutions. The Longhouse said it wouldn't have happened if you just do what we say even more because the actual solutions aren't empathic. I don't know if, again, to your previous point, I don't think these mooks think that deeply. They just don't want to be mean, and they let others suffer the consequences of that. Because none of the fucking judges or DAs or whoever the fuck is responsible for setting this animal loose on the people of Charlotte, take the light train at night to get home. Now, we might actually be in a civil war. I don't mind that. I think it's about time. I'm kind of okay with that. Just stock up on ammo, have body armor, network with the people around you so that you have boys to roll with. We have to go through a cull. We've gotten fat, and I think that we've gotten a little bit too complacent with people who are outwardly hostile towards us. We allow people who are enemies of America and our way of life in every way. There is no exception. They are just our proclaimed enemy. I think it's time that we just fucking kill them and put them in the ground, and then we continue living as normal. Casual side note: Stephen Miller almost said the word. I heard him say that word. That was the loudest skipped over dialogue line if I've ever heard one. Oh boy, did he fucking not say that one loud. Besides the point. But the thing that I wanted to sort of elucidate a little bit here is that, as I've previously said, not a consideration that you should have in a first world country. Not something that you should be concerned with in a first world country. You should not be afraid of being cut down by a violent schizophrenic who's then going to walk around mumbling, I got that white girl. It's not a thing that should happen. This should have been prevented by him being in prison. And that is all. I do have to play a little bit of Monday morning quarterback just to sort of extract a teachable moment from this. And that also comes back to the Longhouse, because the Longhouse specifically disincentivizes the behaviors that I'm about to describe here. So, your first layer of defense against these situations out in the wild is going to be situational awareness. Understand where you are, understand what's happening around you, understand how to keep yourself out of harm's way. You're on a light train, letting a per capita American just exist in your blind spot while you look at your phone is an absolute no-no. Absolutely the fuck not. Or anyone for that matter. I'm sorry, anyone on the night train, if I need to go somewhere, if I'm put in that unenviable situation, I am sitting with my back to the wall, knowing where my exits are. Because that might be your last chance of making yourself safer. Because she had absolutely no opportunity to react. She just had no indication, there was no instigation, there was no conflict, there was no forewarning, there were no behavioral cues, nothing she could have picked up on. But the dude just tweaked out, decided to pull out a folding knife. This is why, by the way, I say that the folding knife is an assailant's weapon and a fixed blade knife is a defender's weapon. And he just cut her throat. That's simple as. So your first line of defense is therefore situational awareness. Position yourself in a way that makes you a harder target than you would have otherwise been. Your second line of defense is immediate violence of action. And by that I mean having the best vector of delivering lethal force that you can produce. And for a girl who's barely 100 pounds wet, that's going to be a gun. There is no other option. So she should have been aware and she should have been armed. And that leads me back to my discussion of the Longhouse, why I say that she is a casualty of the Longhouse. Because the Longhouse has instilled it in her that noticing patterns, being prejudicial, and acting in ways that are defensive towards people who are likely to commit violence is mean. And the Longhouse doesn't like to be mean. Because it is against the consensus. It is against the consensus of blank slateism. It is against the consensus of a high trust society, or rather, it is against the consensus of the Longhouse, which is actually antithetical to the high trust society. The Longhouse disincentivizes noticing patterns. Remember, not too long ago, you would have been banned off of Twitter for just citing the 1350 statistic. Even though it's not even 1350 anymore. Because for one, African American males are more likely to offend in a violent crime than females, so it's realistically 5%. So it's 5% committing approximately 40% of all of the violence. But if you notice that, that's mean, and the Longhouse doesn't like you being mean, because that hurts someone's feelings. You're aggravating generational trauma. And the second component is self-reliance, is carrying a gun. Women are, for some reason, disincentivized from engaging with effective self-defense tools. I don't know at what point that originates, but the consensus among sort of the default lib women, and most women are default lib, until such time they get re-educated by a strong male figure in their life, is that guns are yucky and I shouldn't interact with them. Which again, to a certain point, is actually correct, because that is a train of thought that is permissible if you don't go outside without a man. If you go outside and you are always in the company of a man, be it a father, a brother, or a significant other, yes, usually the default assumption is that the man is responsible for yours and his security. Like, I am the head of household. I am responsible for the safety of everyone in the household. That's why I am the de facto household armorer. I make sure that all of the guns are loaded and whatnot. But Oni wife still carries a gun. And she knows that she has to train with that gun. Caveat is, I'm the one who runs maintenance on her guns. And I'm the one who ends up buying them. Funny part of that stat, it was just murders and rape last time you checked. Yes, it doesn't include aggravated robberies. because for some reason we don't count that as violent crime now, which is interesting. That, and based on the crime statistic bot that I've seen on Twitter, a lot of those cases are mislabeled as um, being perpetrated by a white suspect, even though the suspect in the photo is anything but. You include so many other stats, it gets way worse. I think we should start at the very least sanitizing the false attributions to white perpetrators, because I've seen a number of those. I've seen way too fucking many of those to them for them to be statistically relevant. That stat is probably even higher, which again forces a very uncomfortable conversation, because if you're putting me into a situation of realizing that I can more than half I can more than have my entire crime rate by removing 5% of the population, that's a hard deal to not take. I see very little downside to that. The math just works. So I would strongly recommend that the black community starts policing itself right the fuck now before we're tired. And the fatigue is kind of high. Get your shit in order. How many times have black on white violence just so happened to be conveniently labeled as white on white violence? Many such cases. Remember how Stop Asian Hate just disappeared into the mist during COVID after lefties started spreading that hashtag, and then everyone noticed that all of the anti-Asian hate crimes were for some reason perpetrated by African Americans? Funny how that works out. Freitas has popped off. Oh boy, where did he pop off? We love Nick Freitas. He's a good boy. He's one of ours. Twitter or YouTube? He usually pops stuff on YouTube. Is it stream safe or does he say some funny words? YouTube was a short, Twitter for long form? Okay. Why am I not following him on this account? Is that the one that's 30 seconds? Is that the long form? I'm seeing 50 seconds and I'm seeing 30 seconds. Buy large mansions was conveniently the reason why Stop Asian Hate was I love that acronym. Hot damn. His latest tweet is the big one. Okay. Oh, damn. I'm gonna have to read all of that. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to become literate. Africans who emigrated and began to assimilate are a completely different breed at this point. Oh yeah. The proper sub-Saharan Africans are very much not appreciative of American blacks. They are not fans at all. I mean, to be fair, they were the ones who sold them into slavery in the first place, so I can see how they wouldn't have a very big opinion of them. And okay. I am told that as a state representative, it is the moment where I'm supposed to express my heartfelt condolences and then stand in solidarity with those on the other side of the aisle as we condemn political violence and stand unified as one people. You know what? I'm gonna go and very quickly look something up with regards to that, regarding, standing with people on the other side of the aisle and whatnot. Um, because that was proposed and the Democrats said no. The Democrats have opted out of the peaceful solution.
The gentlelady from Colorado rise.
All right, we're gonna finish reading that. We're gonna set that one aside. Boondocks was still around, they would have been ruthless toward by large mansions. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. But we aren't one people, are we? The truth is, we haven't been for some time now, and there is really no point in pretending anymore, if there even was. We are two very different people, and we occupy the same piece of geography, but that is where the similarities seem to abruptly end. I convinced myself for a long time that whether the left called me a racist, a bigot, a sexist, a fascist, a threat to democracy for even the most innocent disagreement, that was simply hyperbolic rhetoric done for effect. And now the effect is a widow and two orphaned children because the left couldn't bear the thought of a peaceful man debating them and winning. I don't think they realize it yet, but murdering Charlie is going to be remembered as the day where we finally woke up to what this fight really is. It's not a civil dispute amongst fellow countrymen. It's a war between diametrically opposed worldviews which cannot peacefully coexist with one another. One side will win and the other side will lose, and we will fucking win. Charlie tried to win that fight through argumentation, through discourse, through peaceful resolution of differences, and the other side murdered him. Not because he was extreme or inciting violence or any other hyperbolic slur they hurled at him. They murdered him because he was effective, because he was unafraid, because he inspired others and made them feel like they had a voice, that they were not alone. And he did it at the very institutions which have formed so much hatred towards conservatives. I don't want to stand in solidarity with the other side of the aisle. I want to defeat you. I want to defeat the godless ideology that kills babies in the womb, sterilizes confused children, turns our cities into cesspools of degeneracy and lawlessness, and that murdered Charlie Kirk. Here, here. Social media is aflare right now with leftist celebration of Charlie's death. I wonder if any among them understand what just happened. If there is a Yamamoto somewhere in their midst warning that all they have done is awoken a sleeping giant. I doubt it. I think they gave up on such introspection and self-awareness long ago. I don't know exactly what will happen next. I just know that if it won't be the same as what has happened in the past. There will be thoughts and prayers. Charlie would have wanted prayers, not for himself, but for those left behind, for the country that he loved. But there will be a reckoning. My Christian faith requires me to love my enemy and pray for those who cursed me. It does not require me to stand idly by in the midst of savagery and barbarism. Quite the opposite. So every time I feel tired, every time I feel discouraged or overwhelmed, I am going to watch the video of a good man being murdered in Utah. I will force myself to watch it, and then I will return to the work of destroying the evil ideology responsible for that and so much more. Rest in God, Charlie Kirk. Just a moment. I need a drinky poo of water. Rest with God, Charlie. Your fight is over. Ours is just beginning. Whew, hot fucking damn. Trump is cracking down on leftist violent speech online. I see. This is the point where it's not enough. I'm sorry. I want the noose. That is it. See, these people don't deserve the camps. It's straight to the fucking wood chipper at this point. All right, let's see what T Money has to say.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
I think it goes way beyond that, Nalankara. So just based on what he said, it's not about shutting down echo chambers. I think that he is going to do what has to be done, which means that every last one of these fucking ghouls who has taken part in inciting this violent act and in general has contributed to whipping up this violent fervor, they're all getting shafted. They are going to get the book thrown in them, and I am fucking here to see it. Because if those people aren't fucking behind bars, removed from polite society, then they are going into a landfill in pieces. I am beyond the political process right now. I want to collect scalps. At least the right already finally admitted there was a problem. I think there was an admittance of the problem this entire time. There was a disparity between where the escalation is. Because we thought that we're, at the point of hurling slurs. Apparently, no, we're at the point of actual applicable violence to everyone who participates in this. Again, I cannot stress this enough. Charlie Kirk was an inoffensive figure in everything but the rhetoric. And even his rhetoric is vanilla and milquetoast. All he did was allow sunlight to disinfect the horse shit that the left persists on. All he did was expose that they are not internally consistent, that they're full of shit, and that 99% of the time, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they don't know their own ass from a hole in the ground. That is all he did. He embarrassed them. And for that, they killed him. Because he embarrassed them in public time and time again, they widowed a young wife and orphaned 2 young children. Do you understand? These are not, again, as I've said previously today on multiple fucking occasions, these are not people. They are not human. These are enemy combatants. They are scalps for me to collect. Again, this is a flashpoint because Charlie Kirk talked. All he did was talk to them. And they lash out violently to that. They've lashed out violently at a man who simply disproved their bullshit. Imagine what they will do, if allowed, to each and every fucking one of us. As much as it irks me to quote Sam Hyde more often than I have to. Let me find that. But that one is aging like the finest wine. He doesn't like Sam Hyde he's not a broken clock. He's more of a extremely accelerated clock. He is the Dark Prophet, yes. Occasionally he comes out like 90% of what he says is bullshit. But the 20 is pure uncut gold. Remember, when we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. I demand that people hang for this. But speaking of the behavior of the other side of the aisle, I bring to you Exhibit A. This is the, what is this, the Senate? House chamber.
The gentlelady from Colorado rise.
You hear that? You hear some fucking whore screaming no to a moment of silent prayer for the man. I'm sorry, if that doesn't get your brakes beaten off of you in polite company, I don't know what does. Public executions need to make a comeback. Hear, hear.
Let's, wait a minute.
Is that fucking Jasmine Crockett?
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. We The House will be in order.
I hope someone gets their fucking lights punched out for that, like on the fucking House floor.
We will join prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order.
These are the people with whom we are allegedly countrymen. We are allegedly supposed to stand side by side with these. These aren't people. These are ghouls. These are skinwalkers. You know what these are? These are fucking marks. These are trophies that are for some reason still ambulating. And the more of these you collect, the better we are off.
Thank you all. The House.
Absolutely fucking ghoulish. I am just at a loss of words. All right, I'm getting a private communique. Yeah, feel them. I'm gonna wait. I'm just getting something through my Discord. I'm not gonna point fingers of who is supplying me that. But I'm gonna quickly check something out. Just a second. Just a second. Let me quickly check something. All right, then. Okay, we've been asked for confidentiality, so I will respect that. We're not gonna burn specific people. According to Alex Jones, they are literally demons. You know what? These terms are acceptable. Someone's upset they couldn't do an OnlyFans shoot today. Very true. Their gay Washington WhatsApp group was waiting for the sauce. Okay, since we're not going to point fingers today just yet, I need something to lighten the mood. I am in a dour state of mind. No, god damn it, they took down the video. That's too bad. Just a second, I'm still looking for it. Help. Where did I put that Stephen Miller video? Probably put it in media share. So, Stephen Miller has very narrowly avoided a yab. All right, let me open that in the background. What? What? Where does Cunny come up? What do you mean?
Murdered savagely on a subway, just trying to get home from work, fleeing war, only to run into a Democrat war zone here in our country. That monster, 14 prior arrests.
You can hear him complete that QuickTime event. Ooh, that was spicy. Oh, that was spicy. So yeah, Stephen Miller continues to deliver straight up bangers. Oh,
war zone
there's still a version of that.
here in our country. That monster, 14 prior arrests, just trying to get home from.
Okay, I needed that. I needed that as a palate cleanser. God damn. That monster. Thank you for the hydrate, Elias. Oh. No wonder your conservative therapist has been recommending Fox News to death. Fox News are hit and miss. I think it's more of a Charlie Kirk thing rather than Fox News. You know what? Oh, what is that? I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream at them. Sargon made a pretty good video on the subject. I listened to it in passing today. Going to have to bounce out and focus on classes. See you around. Hey, thanks for checking in, Elias. Always a pleasure. Don't be a stranger. And yeah, just to drop by sometime again, hopefully on a cheerier note. Authorities have given up an update on the Charlie Kirk assassination 3 hours ago. I guess we can look at the update. I really want to be rid of this topic. I don't want to discuss this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active...
Didn't the boomer that they took in originally admit to the shooting? So this is possibly an organized op. So I guess keeping him in custody is the right call, because why would he admit to something that he didn't do if it's not to facilitate the actual shooter cutting and running?
Investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual.
Yeah, no shit.
This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who's struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well.
You know what?
As soon as we heard about the
I'm gonna start. There's probably not a lot of information. It doesn't seem like they have anything novel to say. Harkening back to my original point of us not having to live like this, rather that we should not live like this. Charlie Kirk organized the event. in basically an improvised amphitheater. So it's a big open space. It's open to the public to participate. And it's generally a normal event in the sense that it is an event that was set up with normal considerations. And I don't think we should permit an environment where we are to reasonably expect that our opposition will try to fucking kill us for talking. So we're definitely playing by different rule sets. We're at different degrees of escalations, very obviously so. And I think it is time to achieve parity. And once every one of those subhuman fucktards is turned to dust under our feet, we can then revert back to being civil and sometimes argumentative. That is the play. But first we fucking hang them.
Shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical.
And you responded so immediately that the guy is apparently on the fucking loose. Okay. Let's see what Tamura has to show us.
ここで蹴りで撃ちます。M4 といわれる銃です。こちらを所持した状態で、これからスパイダーという技術を行います。
What is the point of an inverted descent? Or rather, an inverted repelling?
背中側には後ろの隊員が抜いて使う DD と呼んでるフラッシュバン、
Okay, yeah, that's
砲弾、
breaching
音響弾
tactics.
の模擬が入っております。独房ですね、牢屋が設置してあってですね、人質の救出とかそういったシナリオの訓練ですね。狭い入り口を
Got dinner? What you get for dinner? We're looking at tactical Japanese shit as a palate cleanser because I'm about to start glowing like the sun. Mac and cheese? God, that's so good. That's so good. I'm over my calories for the day because I had pizza for lunch. Ill-advised choice. And then I ate a gigantic steak. Comfort food for tonight? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
いろいろ変化に
My comfort, the only comfort food that really soothed me right now was fucking blood.
富んだ訓練が実施できるようになっております。中庭を挟んで
Oh,
2
so
棟
it's
です
a
ね。
shoot house, okay.
Tamura 装備開発田村です。よろしくお願いします。今回はですね、第2回ということもありまして、実演をですね、お見せしようかと思います。3種類ですね。
Oh, interesting. They're running some variant of Mark
私が近
18s.
接戦闘、近い距離の戦闘ですね。
Can't even bring myself anything like Gray Zone. It's not enough like shooting, nothing is. Yeah, fair enough.
こちらの長田が
Listen, if you're really getting that tactical itch, you know, render a weapon safe, do some dry fires. Never too many reps.
ラペリング、ロープ効果をやります。で、銃器扱いですね。CQB という室内戦闘を行おうと思います。田村装備開発の永田です。統括部長を拝命しており、田村装備開発に入って15年務めております。これまでの経歴としましては、陸上自衛隊に入隊して、その後特殊作戦群というところで従事しておりました。
Oh, special operations. Okay, spicy.
で、その後退職をして田村と出会い、で今に至るんですが、やはりいろんな技術技能っていうのを田村装備開発で新たに学んだり触れたりというところでどんどんブラッシュアップしているような状況でございます。以上です。
田村装備開発後藤です。田村装備開発には2019年に、加わりまして6年目ですかね。
Interesting how only one of them has a weapon slung and the other two are just holding it.
立つところです。もともと陸上自衛隊におりまして普通科部隊で勤務しておりました。自衛隊では狙撃
So
の
infantry
訓練を担当したりとかですね。
train. Oh, okay. So he was responsible of sniper training.
小銃小隊で勤務することが多かったです。退職後は身辺警護の仕事をやりまして、でその後田村装備開発に入社をして今に至っております。よろしくお願いします。
今回はですね、 基本的にはまあこういった装備をつけた状態の戦闘を最初に見ていただいて、あとプラスアルファで一般の方ができる護身術っていうのも少しやっていこうかなと思います。はい。
So they're gonna go in special squirrel shit tactics, as they are practiced in self-defense in Japanese self-defense forces, and then they're going to go into self-defense combatives.
お願いします。
If I see your ad interrupt my video, I'm definitely never buying your fucking product again. Blow that out of your ass. I'm gonna take a quick piss break. I'll be right back.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her own physical safety. The same thing has happened with heritage Americans. In the US, the goal is to create a new understanding of what is an American that sees America as being an extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. You see, Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s, it all came crashing down in 1945. This approach has been taken before, in other words, and it wasn't the right approach then, nor is it the right approach now. To reject the Volksgemeinschaft current within these broader and genuinely noble and necessary movements to stand up for our countries is not to reject the efforts to stand up for our countries. It's to resist another kind of collectivism that won't get us where we want to go.
Shut the fuck up, Jim. Alright. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna double down. I want to watch a Charlie Kirk video that I was actually putting off for quite a while. There is also a Colion Noir video that I guess we can watch. Still sort of on what? Is that a P90 holster? Of course the Japanese came up with it. Who else? Big cats. I'm bouncing off the walls here. Charlie Kirk, Oxford, full debate. I want to see him wash these fucking peasant dispensers. Make England great again. Hell the fuck yeah. Is that the same one? Wearing a nicer suit than this one. Charlie Kirk versus 300 Oxford students. Is that the full debate video? Real problems of South Africa. Make England violent again. If that fails, hire the Polish to immigrate with guns. Listen, we armed the IRA. I'm sure we can manage to run some guns. Hell, I mean, all they have to do is start manufacturing looties out of their own back trucks. So I caught like a small clip of him just watching these fucking tards. Let's see.
Do you know what's really fun?
This is a shorter video.
Making a website on Wix.
Let your patriotic values guide how you invest your money and save for your future. With Monorail's Patriot Portfolio, your investment dollars get out of globalist corporations and into companies that support Christian American values. Monorail is perfect for anyone who wants to learn how to invest their money like a
right now. If you could tell me the U.S. citizen that was first, I feel like
oh, there it is. That's the clip that I watched. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. All right, let's
Before
go.
I begin my prepared remarks, I feel like I got to run the gauntlet. First, I'll give you £1,000 right now if you could tell me the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. You said that twice. Yeah, the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. Can anyone tell me £1,000? I'll give it to you right now. Yeah, name? Wrong, not a U.S. citizen. Citizen El Salvador. Anyone else?
Get fucked. I love it.
U.S. citizen deported under Trump. Nope, that was a lie. You should know better than that. You go to Oxford. So that is a correction. Number two, can you tell me when it comes to Charlottesville, something that you said when Donald Trump said that there were people on both sides? He was actually talking about the statue debate, not what you said. So that's a hoax. That's line number two. Oh yeah, you said that somebody over here said something about Pete Hegseth being nothing more than a TV host.
I'm sorry, no women this fugly should ever be allowed to sit on anything even remotely resembling a throne on an elevated platform. That is criminal. That is an offense against anyone with eyes.
You should also mention that he was a service member of the military. Nope, sorry, I'm going to talk uninterruptedly. Thank you. Service member and was a decorated war hero. Funny you didn't mention that.
Yeah, unlike fucking Tim Waltz, Pete Hegseth was actually deployed and didn't dodge a deployment.
Oh yes, January 6th came up multiple times from, you tried your best, but from you, and from the opposition. It's not an insurrection. You called them all rioters. It's funny. A small percentage of the people that were actually there on January 6th did anything violently. The vast majority walked into the Capitol building after they were invited. Also, back to your point, I certainly hope Reform and AFD wins. So I hope that it's not to teach Trump a lesson that he goes too far. We'll get to that in a second. Finally, the Donald Duck, really, like, what was that all about? What is this jar? I have no idea what you're talking about.
To this day, Jocko talks about the best unit he worked with, which was a Pennsylvania National Guard unit in Fallujah.
In the back of the room. It's like, it's completely lost on me, so.
Is Hegseth National Guard?
I don't know what that's all about. Also, on the Canadian border, the professor failed to mention that the Canadian border was closed. President Trump said fentanyl, and the amount of terrorists that are coming across the Canadian border, of which the most terrorists that come into America come across the Canadian border on the terrorist watch list. You did not mention that. And finally,
so funny thing about the Canadian border. I was in Knoxville, Tennessee recently. I was there for goals. And the locals told me that they have big issue with fentanyl and with cartels, because the cartels run their drugs through the Canadian border because it's closer and it's more porous than the southern border. Go figure.
Professor, you never heard of it in South Africa. Interesting. You never heard of that. The fact that a major political party in South Africa says, quote, kill the Boers, kill the Boers. I would expect more of somebody who wrote a dissertation and teaches here at Oxford to say that you would not know about the attempted slaughter and genocide of white South Africans. Okay, now on to,
More than one family per day. More than one family every day killed in South Africa.
I'm sure there's lots of POIs, and I will talk uninterrupted. Now to my remarks, but actually, is that all of it? Let me see here. Yeah, that's just a taste. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here tonight. Thank you to the Oxford Union for inviting me.
Yeah, but Tennessee bro who informed you that Memphis is going hard fuck red because of good Texans moving in for tech jobs, you'll love to see it. Listen, Knoxville is a cool little town. Like, I have nothing but nice things to say about it. It seems like a very clean, very sort of down to earth, town with a lot of well-preserved colonial architecture. Not a single 7-Eleven. I guess that's all it takes to have a nice, clean city. It was the 7-Elevens all along. He knows this because the leftists are bitching. I need to complete so many QuickTime events here.
I never went to university. I take that as a great compliment. So therefore, everyone who went to university should be able to run circles around me. You'll be the judge, but I'll do my best. Has Donald Trump gone too far?
He hasn't done enough.
Well, I can nitpick at how vague that question is. What is too far, exactly? Are his tweets too long?
A little bit. He does boomer on the truths a little too much. The caps lock is also off-putting.
Can all of us even agree on what we're aiming at? I don't think so. The truth is this. If you dislike the West, and if you hate the West's values, if you think the West is evil fundamentally and deserves to be destroyed, then anything Donald Trump does basically short of surrender will be too far for you. If I was visiting this school 100 years ago, speaking in support of an American president, I think we would at least have some broad agreement on what a country's leader should be trying to do. But we don't anymore. I don't think it's because America's changed. In fact, I think it's because Britain has changed.
I think America has under Trump reverted to very core originalist ethos, sort of a fresh post-war consensus America, where we are the big dog and everyone is our bitch, and I'm very much here for that energy. And Britain, in the interim, has completely cucked out. Like, they've just dropped all pretense. Their ruling class has just completely degenerated.
My perspective, Britain is one of the greatest countries in the history of the world. You were the country of Shakespeare, the steam engine, and Adam Smith. You defeated Napoleon, you destroyed the slave trade, you stood up to Hitler. My country, America, became great as it is because of what we inherited from you, from Britain. When I hear the slogan, "Make America Great Again," I'm also hearing, quote, "Return America to its British roots." Great Britain has everything in the world to be proud of. But when I look at Britain today, I see a country where the ruling elites are in a race to abandon the very values, the values that made them so great in the first place. I wish I could blame this all on labor, all on the left, but I can't. This country just had its 14th uninterrupted year of so-called conservative rule. And what did they conserve exactly? Well, they didn't conserve the ancient British rights to freedom of speech. In Britain today, 30 people a day are arrested for offensive posts on social media, according to The Telegraph. Praying silently within 600 feet of an abortion clinic can get you arrested in Scotland, as a 74-year-old woman named Rose just learned weeks ago. Members of Parliament scold British citizens for thinking they have the right to say that they do not have the right to say things that offend Muslims. 14 years of conservative rule didn't conserve British prosperity.
I think an elected representative should be required to say things that offend Muslims on a regular basis. There should be a quota.
Adjusted for inflation, cost of living, the average British worker makes less today than they did in 2008. Outside of London, the British have lower incomes than every one of America's 50 states, and it never used to be this way. British industry pays 4 times as much for electricity as America does. You have the highest electricity rates in the world.
As, by the way, a country that has oil deposits just off its shore. British Petroleum is one of the world's largest and most prolific oil companies in the world. So British energy prices are entirely self-inflicted. They were way too fucking high when I lived there in 2013. They're even higher now, and even at that point, they were that high solely because of the tax pressure, because of the fucking carbon tax.
A consequence of a choice of going net neutral. Nothing will kill a modern economy faster than high energy prices. And the country that invented the steam engine now has some of the highest energy prices on the planet. But above all, 14 years of conservative control didn't preserve the British nation. This country's conservatives thought it was their moral duty to allow anyone from the third world to move here. They didn't need to hold Western values. They didn't need to have useful skills. They could go on welfare immediately.
They didn't even need to stop raping minors.
Just last week, Keir Starmer announced he's changing the law to make sure immigrants who commit crimes are deported, because the conservatives never actually bothered passing that law themselves. The dying out of the British nation means the dying out of Christianity. Britain is the birthplace of Baptists, Methodists, Presbyterians, Anglicans, Quakers, and more. I would guess that more Christian denominations trace back to Britain than any other country. But soon, Britain will have more practicing Muslims than practicing Christians. I think that will be a catastrophic change, and everyone knows it.
To borrow a truism from McCarthy, one practicing Muslim in your country is one Muslim too many.
That's why it's only Muslims moving to Christian countries, never the other way around. I don't want America to go the way of Britain. I want us to remain free. I want us to remain rich and innovative.
I want to nuke Dearborn, Michigan.
I want us to remain Christian. I don't want Americans to be replaced. But forget what I want. This is what the American people want. And in a democracy, the people are supposed to get what they want. The very same people that lecture us about democracy have a lot of problems with the consequences democracy.
We're going to go ahead and say that. It just means Orthodox should move into Britain nice and hard. No, Terry, you're probably right to an extent, because the Orthodox, at the very least, are more consistently pious, and they're not tied down to the papal, an analog of the papal throne that can be taken over by communists, as is the case with Catholics. Because I'm sorry, Catholics, but your last several popes are fucking commies. Cope and seethe. The issue is, where do you source your Orthodox? I guess you can source them from, like, Eastern EU, Poland, Croatia, Serbia. Well, Serbia isn't in the EU. Sort of bloc countries. I am purposefully avoiding Belarus and Russia because the Orthodox Church in Russia in particular is just an FSB skin suit. Now, Russia generally didn't survive Stalin. Yeah, well, they didn't survive Stalin, and they were very successfully subsumed by the KGB as an informant network. So while there are some practicing Christians as part of the Orthodox clergy in Russia, the primary purpose of that particular structure is to lead the flock in a politically advantageous direction, to instruct the intellectual majority as to how hard they should agree with the ruling sovereign. That's all the Russian Orthodox Church realistically does. And because of that, they have a man who is very far from pious lead the Russian Orthodox clergy. That's why the Russian Orthodox Church is led by a man who cohabitates with a woman he's not married to in a luxury apartment in central Moscow and owns multiple yachts and supercar and luxury cars.
Democracy when the people vote a way that they don't like. And that's where Donald Trump comes in. When I was growing up, people would say that Britain was where America would be 10 or 20 years in the future. What they meant was that Britain was more left-wing than America, but we'd...
You want the bless AKs before battle victory over Islam Orthodox? That's a big ask. Then, I guess, then we're gonna have to go for Serbians. Serbians... That's probably where you want to source that particular energy. You know, after all, they are, I hear they're not big fans of kebabs in that particular part of the world.
Catch up eventually. That's just how things were over time, and nothing could stop it. I don't hear people saying that anymore. Donald Trump is the reason why. Almost alone, Donald Trump has changed the course of history. He's destroyed the assumption that the left's victory was inevitable.
Honestly, Donald Trump has derailed the uniparty trajectory. He has fucked Republicans over harder than he has the Democrats. He thought Jews were God's chosen people. Well, we are, but we also let others play.
Under President Biden, more than 10 million illegal aliens entered America. Guides were published on TikTok explaining how to break into America. Say some magic words at the border and nobody would stop you. Entire neighborhoods of American cities were turned over to migrants.
Here's the thing. I think the Jews have had very different attitudes and very different, how should I put this, MOs throughout history. And I am a bigger fan of the way that Israeli Jews are after the 7-Day War, because it has forced them to sort of eugenically evolve into a more hardy people that are also very callous realists, and I respect that. I think that that is a very helpful direction to pursue. I'm very much not a fan of the part of our tribe that decides to be docile and at the mercy of rules and laws. I prefer to be the teeth rather than the meat. So I respect the ones that respond to the pressures of the outside world by steeling themselves in the face of challenges to come. A lot of Jewish symbols are used in the practice of Satanism. Not Lankara, you're talking out of your ass, because A, they're not, and B, there's not a uniform practice of Satanism. There's like 5 different schools that all disagree on what the fuck they're doing, and they don't even have any kind of universal symbology between them. The only thing that Judaism shares with Satanism, well, with occult Satanism in particular, is a similar world creation myth, but that it also shares with every other religion of the book. Every other religion that recognizes the Old Testament also recognizes that world building, which is the celebration of Yahweh as the creator, who was previously hailed as the thunder god who defeats the god of the ocean. So the only thing that they will share with Satanism is its Sumerian mythology roots. So they will operate similar, I believe the names of deities and a lot of the demon pantheons are going to be similar. Satanism is the worst drawn paper mask for anarchists in history. It really is, because every school of Satanism is essentially just varying degrees of occult contrarianism. Because one's there's I forget the delineation between them, but basically there is severely superstitious Satanism, which is, I think, the Anton LaVey school is that. I forget the exact details because I tried reading into it. It's all so profoundly retarded that I just retained none of it. And the other school of Satanism, I think the Satanic Temple are actually just anti-religious, violent, rather militant atheists, rather than actual Satanists.
Living on the dole. America was treated as a pile of wealth for the rest of the planet to plunder at will. Now that is all stopping. President Trump has cut border crossings, not 90%, not 99%, but 99.9%. For years.
The funny thing is, Berserk is accidentally the Gulag Archipelago-esque refutation of their do as thou wilt bullshit. I don't like thinking of Berserk too much because Berserk is NTR, and all NTR is bad.
Here's my country's leaders lied that the southern border was an unfixable mess. President Trump exposed.
Wait, what? Another rich person was 8 today. Just don't touch the autistic billionaires. Please eat the rich. What the fuck do you mean? That's not an internally consistent statement, my guy. I'm going to call you Drip until further notice.
Them all as liars within weeks. But closing the door didn't fix the damage that Biden did. We have well over 10 million people in America who should not be in America. If somebody breaks into your home, you don't fix the problem by closing your door and locking it. Things aren't fixed until the burglar is kicked out. And President Trump has been fighting harder than ever to make that happen. But I'd be happy if we fought even harder. Of course, illegal migration isn't the only threat facing America. In Joe Biden's America, we had the tyranny of DEI. Even though America's Constitution explicitly forbids racial discrimination.
You disagree? Well, I mean, big if true. For one, you can explore the concept of punctuation inside of the multiple sentences that you write. Maybe then you'll be able to delineate the separate thoughts that you have in, in your conflicting statements.
Discrimination, our government ordered people to do it anyway. People were denied jobs and denied promotions. Kids were shut out of universities based on the color of their skin rather than their ability. Companies were denied federal contracts because their owners didn't look a certain way. People who didn't discriminate enough in hiring could be sued by the government. Every company in America lived.
Autistic people don't deserve to get eaten even if they are billionaires or rich. I'm generally against eating people. I think that's the line that I consistently pursue, autistic or not. That, and I would actually explore the prevalence of autism amongst Fortune 500 CEOs. I suspect that a lot of them may be, a little bit. They might have a flavor of the tism to one extent or the other. It takes being a little bit on the spectrum to rise that high in a corporate ladder. It requires a certain inability to hold eye contact.
In fear of their government deciding to target them for offenses against DEI. Trump has ordered DEI to be torn down.
Zuck and Elon and the Pokemon creator? I'm not sure about Zuck. I'm still not entirely convinced Zuck is human. He can update his fucking firmware all he wants, but I'm still convinced that he's an android until we verify that he's definitely not cake. Elon, oh yeah, Elon is just on the border of high functioning autism. The Pokemon creator. That's a big statement. I'm inclined to agree with that one. I think that Nintendo is generally an autistically coded company.
But I want him to tear it down faster. I want every university told that they're losing all federal dollars immediately if they don't stop racial discrimination.
But here's the thing. Look at Jeff Bezos. There is no way in hell that man doesn't have a gigantic diorama with trains running in perfect unison in his basement. There is absolutely no way that Jeff Bezos doesn't fuck with trains. That it was confirmed that the Pokemon creator was autistic. I'm not disputing that. I'm more like hard agreeing.
I want the Department of Justice to start auditing every federal contractor to find DEI and shut off contracts immediately wherever we find it. This is a kind of cancer that cannot be phased out. It must be ripped out from the core. The same goes for the toxic social contagion of transgenderism. In Joe Biden's America,
his basement, one of those warehouses, is a complete fucking shell loaded with scale replications of the US rail system. The man built a country-sized logistical system just because he loves trains so fucking much. Pokemon creator was autistic, yeah, insect collecting. Hey, insect collecting is a valid hobby, I'll have you know.
Public schools and medical organizations were co-opted into endorsing this insanity. They urged children just 10 years old or younger to take barely tested hormones and surgically alter their bodies. In some of America's liberal states, a parent who objects to their child's transition can lose custody. I've met Detroit.
Listen, Jeffrey Dahmer type stuff doesn't quite, no. I don't think that collecting insects qualifies as Jeffrey Dahmer stuff. Jeffrey Dahmer stuff is picking up gay escorts and then killing them in your apartment. Yeah, there's a very clear delineation of where the Dahmer stuff starts.
Transitioners who escaped from this social poison, they tell me that getting sucked into the first place was the greatest mistake of their lives. President Trump has taken steps to stop promoting this lunacy. He's acted to protect women's sports. Another POI I meant to make. She said it's only a couple dozen. 890 biological men have stolen awards, trophies, and championships from women in America. It's not a couple dozen, over 800.
One mediocre man displacing a talented female athlete is one mediocre man in women's sports too many.
90 women were displaced by pervert men. That's why I want Donald Trump's administration and why I support it. It's mostly what I've gotten, but I want more of it. I'll be honest. We, the American people, we want more deportations. We want more peace deals.
I want to deport every Indian. Every Indian has to be deported. Absolutely every one of them, including the quote-unquote legal ones. He used to also collect dead animals he would find on the side of the road, like roadkill. Somebody Donald Trump appointed who sounds like Darth Vader? But women voted for men to be in their sports. Maybe that's just another argument for women not voting. Have you thought about that one, Lankara? You remember the exceptional female athletes from your school? The idea that all the work they put in is just invalid because a dipshit arrive actively angers you? Yeah, there is a reason why. In any sort of hard contact martial arts, there is an understanding that grading for women and children is separate from grading for men. See the professional female soccer team who got... Yes, I did see that one. What was the score? It was something embarrassing. It was when... Oh god, I forget the name of that absolutely off-putting, horrible dyke who then became the Subway spokesperson. But weren't they washed like 12-0? Thank you for the follow, Drip. Welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. They regularly scrim against 14, 15-year-old males. They always get annihilated. Title IX shut down so many men's sport teams. See, that's where... How should I put this? Title IX, from what I understand, is built as female empowerment, for lack of a better term. I am against the federal government meddling in the population's shit, because every time they do so, they mess shit up and make it worse. Do I think there is any sport where women have the advantage? Well, statistically, no. Maybe pole dancing, but that's probably because not enough men are interested in the sport just yet. Colleges did equality, but cutting men's sports so that the two had the same number, not increasing women's. Yeah. It was probably easier to do than recruit enough women into sports. But yeah, that's going to be my answer. You know what those Chinese gymnasts can do? They don't stand a chance in the pole dancing category? Yeah, fair enough. Used to think gymnastics, but you watch a lot of Luca Libre, Luca Libre, and the things that the women can do versus the things that men can do are not even... No, male gymnasts are just on a different dimensional plane. They have access to a significantly wider pool of moves than the women, just through sheer upper body strength. They can do a lot more stuff with rings. They can do a lot more stuff, a lot more static holds. They leverage their strength in a way that the female frame is just not capable of doing. Like, realistically, the only portion of gymnastics where women can compete is sort of the freestyle program, the dance numbers they do, and that's just because that's a subjectively scored discipline and not something that's... Yes, I've heard of Luca Libre. I've just I zapped out for a moment because I forgot how am I supposed to... What is the correct Spanish pronunciation so that I can redeem that incorrect, so that I can pronounce that incorrectly? Wonder what this does? Oh yeah, it's an iron halo. You can see it's also Lucha Libre. So Lucha Libre it is then. Listen, no American should suffer the indignity of having to pronounce Spanish words correctly.
We want more woke colleges defunded. We want more DEI parasites to lose their jobs. The American people voted to put America first. And you know what? You should all too. This is my final point. Do I have to stop? Okay. I mean, you should want to... No, it's fine. I don't know the rules. It's fine. You should want to preserve and restore the greatness of Britain. You should want the decline to stop, and you can make it happen. Starmer wouldn't be saying what he's saying without what President Trump is doing. If you were honest with yourself, if you want a great Britain again, not a mediocre Britain, if you want a Britain that you could be proud of, you should all be wearing MAGA hats and cheering Donald Trump on every step of the way. Thank you very much.
Gammonzilla shall rise.
This woman, Irina Zarudska,
All right, let's watch the Colion Noir video.
a Ukrainian refugee, was killed while riding the light rail in South Charlotte. Since that time, there have been several questions about what happened.
Some Toho Project fan stuff. Lucha Libre is like gymnastics plus stuntman life. My understanding was always that it's similar.
We need to have many difficult
WWE.
conversations in the West, and I don't think we're going to have the conversation in.
Hold up for a second. I'm lost between my innumerable tabs. I've got tabs upon tabs, and you can't even see more than 2/3 of them. So I'll come out with it. Not terribly big on the Toho stuff. I mean, the prop is cool. I like that. Thought the UK was closer to a boog than the US, and now here we are. I think that the UK doesn't have a recent culture of booging. It's professional wrestling with a greater emphasis on athleticism. Damn, I'd like to see that. Do I have a tab for the gay duck necrophilia? Fortunately, no, and I hope it stays that way. I don't know shit about Toho, but it's a cool prop. All right, let's see what Colion Noir has to say.
Why it happened, and could it have been prevented?
Place your bets on whether or not he's going to shill USCCA. What app did I use to create my character with the green glasses? The glasses I touched up in Blender, then moved them over to Unity, and then exported them with a prop. The model was made in Blender and then also went through Unity.
Let this be a warning. Let this next video be a warning.
But the most, you know what? The thing that I'm most proud of is the rigging on the flames. Because if you notice, they move separately. There's very subtle rigging on the flames, and they have a bit of a transparency. So it's a separate material from the core of the Iron Halo. I'm hardly talented, Drip. I'm okay at figuring out workflows. I can't do shit well. I'm good at figuring out shortcuts and crutches.
Everyone. A 23-year-old Ukrainian woman who fled a war zone. She came here looking for safety, and instead she got stabbed to death on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina. Not with a gun, not with some giant Rambo Bowie knife, with a pocket knife. And the
Why, thank you, Not Linkara. I appreciate that you noticed the slight jiggle, because it uses the same mechanic that Booba Jiggle does on 3D models. It takes talent? No, it's actually quite the opposite. A talent is an innate proclivity towards a particular activity. In my case, it's just a significantly above average IQ paired with a lack of proclivity to anything. Yeah, exactly. I just Rock Lee my shit. I just do 10,000 hours of the thing that I want to do, and I just get good at it that way. I can stay retarded and persistent longer than the thing that I'm trying to achieve can stay hard.
The guy who did it, 14 prior arrests, armed robbery, assault, threats, schizophrenia. His own mother begged the system to commit him. Begged them to get him off the streets. And what did they do?
You say that, Notary, but I've actually spent I've spent a year with 2.5 pound weights on my ankles. Like every time I would leave house, I would put on the ankle weights when I was in university. I think it was like sophomore year when I started doing that. And I did not leave I did not leave my home without ankle weights for a full year. A full year I did that.
Nothing. They let him out on cashless bail.
It's 9:46 p.m. You'll notice right away, this looks like any other ride aboard the light rail. People are doing what they do these days, keeping to themselves, scrolling on their phones as they ride along. The man accused...
Guy sounds like what you imagine Kid Rock would sound like if he was black. I don't think I've ever listened to enough Kid Rock to know what he sounds like.
In the killing, DeCarlos Brown is in the red hoodies on the right side of your screen. He appears to be maybe a little emotional, perhaps a little agitated, but nothing disruptive. There's nothing that gets anyone's attention. About 30 seconds later, Irina Zarutska boards. She's wearing a hat and a t-shirt from a pizzeria, and she sits in the row.
Used to wear weights during SCA and LARP practices. Nice.
In front of Brown. She has earbuds in and is looking at her phone.
Yeah, so remember when I talked about this? Again, not a problem that we should contend with in the first world, but at the same time, you should also exercise a little bit of situational awareness as just an innate response. And I am 200 pounds, and I am routinely armed. Especially, you know, after this week, I'm definitely not taking a step outside of my fucking home without a gun. I'm never sitting like that. At no point in the fuck ever will I sit with my back towards a strange dude I don't know. Yeah, both earbuds in public are an absolute no-no. Never do that. I usually have one earbud in if I'm, you know, in an understood environment. If it's late at night and it's not even like, I don't go into sketchy neighborhoods, but if it's like a sketchy stretch of the sidewalk, I will take my earbuds out, and I will have a flashlight staged in one of my hands.
She too,
if not pre-drawing.
was just minding her own business. They ride along for around 4 minutes with nothing unusual happening. Then around 9:50 p.m., Brown reaches into a pocket. We've zoomed.
Fill in the blank with culture wars versus culture blank. It's a good question. I'd say cultural assimilation.
Zoomed in on it here. He pulls out a pocket knife. No one notices a thing. Seconds later, he would stand up, and from behind, unprovoked, as we stop the video, he would stab the young woman several times. She had no chance to defend herself. The attack was over in seconds, and when it was over, Brown walked through the train attempting to get off. Few passengers, if any, at first realized what had happened, until they noticed drops of blood on the floor. 90 seconds after the attack, a bystander rushes down to begin lending aid to Zarutska. She would die from her injuries. 30 seconds later, 9:52 p.m., 6 minutes into the video, Brown leaves the light rail.
That is just supremely upsetting. There was nothing that could have been done after he decided to chimp out on her. There's just nothing you could do. Like, the damage to soft tissue and to large blood vessels was such that that's it. That's game over. It's just a full minute until there's so much blood loss that there's nothing to do. That's it. That's why I say she should have been sitting in an entirely different part of the car, and she should have had a gun on her. And if that animal decided to go after her, the only thing that should have happened is he should have gotten a new nostril to breathe with. The only exception is that would be if you're putting earbuds in because they're actually your electronic ear pro, so you're decoying your status when it's actually a superpower. Can refugees even get guns? It depends on the state. So I haven't looked into North Carolina law, but in Texas they can. because I happen to know the same circles where a lot of Ukrainian refugees are, Ukrainian and Belarusian and Russian refugees. And the way you do that in Texas is if you're here on a non-resident visa, you get a hunting license, which is like you complete a questionnaire online and you pay a $5 fee, and that's it. And then you can just go and buy your gun with that. Since she had a work permit, work permits usually entail some kind of form of permit of a semi-permanent residency. So that research opportunity to go find out if Ukrainians in Texas are all arming up. I don't need to research. I know that they are. Listen, I'm in enough Telegram groups to know what's up. My go-to shooter group, or rather one of my shooter groups that I used to roll with for competitions, is entirely comprised of Russian speakers. And Russian speakers are a very wide swath of people, because it's usually everyone from sort of the first orbit of comm block countries. So it's people from like Georgia, Armenia, Uzbekistan, like basically all the way up to Slovakia. Like all of these people, once they move, because they know what communism is like, they've seen the scars that communism leaves on countries, they arm the fuck up very fast. Have I ever hired anyone from a freelance platform before? I need to think about that one. I don't think I've hired. I think I've bought services from a freelance platform before. But I forget what it was. It was... God, what was it? I feel like it was some kind of handyman work. Something that needed repairs in a rented apartment. Nothing particular, nothing major. Are you looking to hire someone from Fiverr? I think ratings are usually a good indication of what they do. Let's actually, you know what? Let's explore this. North Carolina non-resident hunting license. Please no AI mode. Thank you very much. Okay, maybe not hunting license. Firearms license. Okay, interesting. Aha, so, okay, but not non-resident. So you can be a state resident, but without having permanent residency. For non-immigrant... firearm license. Non-immigrant aliens are generally prohibited from possessing firearms unless they meet specific federal exemptions, such as having a valid hunting license for sporting purposes or being an official foreign government. General prohibitions. Non-immigrant alien may be able to possess a firearm if they are admitted for lawful hunting sporting purposes. Okay, so I assume a hunting rifle is a hunting license is going to cut it. In possession of a lawfully issued U.S. hunting license or permit, an official representative, that doesn't apply. Foreign law enforcement officer, also no. Official representative en route, also no. Have received a waiver from the U.S. Attorney General, unlikely. I guess do better, North Carolina. I think, you know what? I think Crowder made a very good point about this. I think we should advocate for a culture of everyone carrying a gun.
You see how fast it happened? Before anybody could even process what was going on, she was already gone. Nobody heard anything. Nobody really saw anything. Nobody moved. And by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. And this is the world that we live in. You could be sitting on a train minding your own damn business.
I need to also highlight the fact that she just did not have a response to what happened. She could not process what happened. Her response was to freeze and to then cry, which means she was just not ready for reality. She was just not ready for things that can happen. She was not even mentally prepared to encounter violence, which again, I don't think that that's a problem that we in the first world should encounter in the first place. But at the same time, I think that we do ourselves no favor by allowing the women in our lives to be that defenseless. Feel bad for George A. He had to really watch this footage close to depict it like he did. I've watched the full video a number of times before I produced my breakdown that I shared in the Discord. These are unpleasant things to see, but it's necessary to not look away, because otherwise you're just going to excise that from memory and you're not going to make any changes. That's why I say that about this, and I say that about the Charlie Kirk video. You gotta watch the bad version of the video. You need to allow these things to scar you, for lack of a better description, to harden your armor of contempt.
Going about your day and some rando decides he's gonna kill you. And it happens so fast, you don't even have a chance to process what the is going on. Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying a gun would have saved her life in this moment. Honestly, it wouldn't have done anything. It happened so fast. A knife wouldn't have even saved her. Hell, even the best situational awareness in the world probably wouldn't have saved her.
Hard to disagree with that one. If she had the situational awareness to not sit with your back towards a mumbling rando with dreadlocks, then she would not have been such an easy mark. So no, hard disagree. I maintain that your first line of defense is situational awareness, and that means not presenting yourself as a soft target.
Nobody expects a stranger to just stab you in the neck for no reason. But here's what's undeniable. You can't count on the government to keep you safe. You can't count on them. You can't count on the policies. You can't count on the words they say. You can't count on them.
I kind of disagree with that one. I think that Japan until recently did a very good job. Again, yes, you should expect that. Again, I am all for self-reliance, but we have seen successful cases of high-trust societies. Until very recently, Japan has had a very cohesive and a very peaceful society. I have my gripes with Japanese society, but oh boy, is it a nice theme park? Is it nice to go there? At no point am I ever compelled to want to have a gun on me when I'm in Japan. No other country achieves that. All of the Hyperborea tards screaming that about Russia are just wrong, because the entire time I was in Russia, I wished I could have a gun on me. But at the same time, most places in Russia aren't as bad as apparently North Carolina is. Okay, chat. I think we're gonna Oni Dojo. It's time to learn a new slur. I guess we do that from time to time here. So, the Russian language has a word that is pronounced as khach, and that is a catch-all derogatory term for ethnicities that originate in the Caucasus Mountains. Mostly Muslims. So that's why it sometimes incorporates the Central Asian Muslims. But primarily, it is used towards Dagestanis and Chechens. And having lived in Moscow for quite a bit, having lived in rougher cities, I can tell you this. Even the fucking Khachi don't do that. Even the fucking Chechens, who are for all intents and purposes, per capita Russians don't do that. They don't just randomly attack little 100-pound girls in the subway. Even they have some kind of baseline below which they don't fall. They'll rape her given the opportunity, but that's a conversation for a different time. But they definitely won't decapitate her on the subway, unless they're like a militant Wahhabi Muslim, which, you know, entirely different tangent.
This man had 14 arrests. He'd already shown who he was. I'd already shown he was violent. His own mother said, please commit him. He's dangerous. And still they let him out. They didn't protect her. They didn't protect you. They didn't protect anybody. And yet, what do politicians do? They play politics with
Can we place some bets on how much marijuana his mother smoked while he was in utero?
your safety. If this man had used a gun, you best believe they'd be all over it. They'd be at the podium. Red flag law this, red flag law that. We need to disarm people like him. You know they would. They'd be screaming it from the rooftops.
There were people talking about disarmament based on this. There were people talking about disarmament because some schizo had a folding knife. Again, they are beyond parody. They are not people.
But he didn't use a gun. He used a pocket knife.
We don't really identify mental health as the energy that it deserves. And I think I can...
BetterHelp is not real therapists. It's a bad service made by bad people, and therapy is generally cope and not helpful.
And suddenly,
at least not to men.
Silence. Because you can't build a campaign around banning pocket knives. Hell, UK's trying. But by and large, not in America. Can't do it. And that's the problem. They don't care about safety. They care about leverage. They care about what can get them votes, what can get them airtime, what can get them money. Meanwhile, you and I...
And then they're very upset that we noticed, and they're very upset that our side is going to get leverage and votes out of this situation. That is what they're reporting on. They're reporting on everyone who's not a fucking despicable commie noticing this. That is what they're reporting on. You can think of a dozen red flag situations off the top of your head that didn't get acted on. It's the fucking tap on the sign thing now. Yeah, essentially. I mean, somewhere in those 14 arrests, he should have been confined and he should have stayed there because he's not fit to be in society.
We're just out here, floundering, trying to figure out how to stay safe in this chaotic ass world. And let me say this because I'm not...
In a perfect world, he would have just been ventilated by someone he's attempting to rob. It's like 10 arrests ago.
Dumb. I'm leaning on the left right now. I'm leaning hard on the Democrats right now because they make it easy. I'm not dumb though. I know damn well both sides play politics with our safety. Both of them do that shit. But here's the difference. At least one side, at bare minimum, basically says, look, we're not really gonna protect you, but here, have the tools to protect yourself. It's like a wink and a nod. They know they can't keep us safe, so they're not gonna stand in our way if we wanna keep ourselves safe. The other side though, the Democrats, they're the only ones actively and aggressively full court pressing to take away the very tools you'd need to protect yourself. They're not even passive about it. They throw millions and billions.
Therapy isn't the problem as a standard of care, an ideological capture of institutions. Therapists are legally not allowed to help people if they can even see through the bullshit in academia. MSNBC fired Matthew Dowd. Get fucked, bitch. You love to see it. Bullying works. Now he needs to be afraid to go outside.
Millions of dollars into disarming you, while at the very same time putting just as much energy and effort into being as soft on crime and criminals as they possibly can be. That is insane. Nah, it's not insane. What this guy was insane. What they're doing is evil. Look at this case. At least here, you could maybe, just a little tiny bit excuse this. I'm not even gonna say that shit. You can't excuse it. But just maybe you could say, well, he had schizophrenia. Maybe he wasn't in his right mind. But what excuse do these politicians have? They know exactly what they're doing.
If he has schizophrenia, he shouldn't be free to roam around.
They put more effort into disarming law-abiding people than they do into stopping violent criminals. That's not incompetence. That's not oversight. That is pure, unadulterated, unfiltered evil. Because here's the truth. The government isn't going to protect you. Their bail reform didn't protect her. Their red tape didn't protect her. Their soft on crime policies didn't protect her. And when shit hits the fan, when somebody decides to take your life, they're not going to be there to save you. They'll just get back on TV, argue over it, and play politics with your safety. So when people ask me, why do I carry a gun? This is why. Yes, I get it.
Yeah, whenever someone talks shit to you to constantly carrying a gun, you can just show them this video. That's one of the things that we have gained. That one of the things that she has paid for with her life. We can now point to this. Why do you carry a gun? Because this. Because people like that exist, and I want them to no longer do that.
Gun probably wouldn't have helped her in this situation. But I'm not dumb.
No, I hard disagree. If she was in a culture that encourages women to carry guns, she would have at least had the basic situational awareness training that would not have placed her in that particular spot. If she had baseline situational awareness training that you would usually get in the process of engaging with firearms, she would not have had both earbuds in. She would have been sitting with her back towards a wall, not with her back toward a psychopath.
Because I know damn well they're going to be way too busy playing politics with my safety while I'm just trying to figure out how to stay alive.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Dom.
And now,
stay strapped. I'm not accepting any excuses. If you don't have a gun yet, you make sure you fucking have one by the end of this week. And I mean like a good proper carry gun and a long gun. Fill your niches, people.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is why I make shit like this. I'm the militia design. I'm not posturing. I'm stating it for what it is. I am my own militia. We are our own militia for this country. The politics, they're going to play back and forth. They're going to pickleball your safety all day long. Pop, pop, pop. Ping pong it back and forth. And then we're standing there in the middle like this. Next time these imbeciles try to pass any type of law that restricts your ability to protect yourself, that shouldn't even be a consideration. You need to smack that shit down. I don't care if you're on the left. I don't care if you're on the right. I don't care where you stand politically. You need to smack that shit down. Because if there's anything universal, it's the ability to adequately protect yourself and have the best means to do that. One thing's for certain and two things are for sure. Politicians and tech giants don't want gun content to be recommended.
There's a Millet video in the Discord. Yeah, if it's just an embed, I'm not gonna be able to put it up on stream. Is there not a YouTube version of that video? If you can find that, we can pull it up. What the fuck is that? Okay. I want to hate it, but it also works. Why does this work? Why is this so good? Again, I have to stress this. Imagine the advancements in materials technology, manufacturing technology, training and best practices that we could have achieved if Japan had a Second Amendment like we do, if they had a culture of carrying guns. Just imagine the entire autistic brain fund of that country directed into making the practice of carrying guns as efficient as possible. Got a length match one put into shared? Okay. Media share, however you're Malay. All right, let's see.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks and stay focused on important work. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
Al zurdo de mierda no le podés dar ni un milímetro.
¿Me podés definir zurdo de mierda que no
Todos
lo
los que,
entiendo?
digamos, los colectivistas, los que ponen, digamos, o sea, esa idea... A ver,
¿Por qué le pones de mierda, digamos?
Porque son una mierda. No, pero es que si pensás, pero si pensás distinto te van a aniquilar. Ese es el punto. Es decir, vos al zurdo no le podés dar un milímetro, porque le das un milímetro y lo toma para destrozarte.
He's not. If you give them a millimeter, not an inch, a millimeter, they will use it to destroy you. Look at this man, just dropping truth nukes.
Es decir, digamos, o sea, vos no podés negociar con el zurdo. No se negocia. No se negocia con esa mierda, no se negocia porque te van a llevar puesto. Si tienen un golpeador que caga trompadas a la mujer, digamos, si es de ellos, ¿me entendés? Se pone el pañuelito verde y grita todo el tiempo contra el neoliberalismo, lo ocultan. ¿Me entendés? O sea, si de repente hay alguien que acosó a un periodista que acosa a otra periodista, lo ocultan. Es decir, a todos los de ellos lo ocultan. Todas esas aberraciones la ocultan. Ahora, si vos estás del otro lado, a vos te van a estropear, te van a matar, te van a dar con lo que sea.
Where's the lie? This has aged like the best wine ever. This man is just dropping hard truth nukes.
No les importa arruinarte la vida. ¿Por qué? Porque no pensás como ellos. ¿Y sabes qué es lo bueno de todo esto? Hay algo bueno en todo esto. Porque como el error es humano, como todos nos podemos equivocar, ¿sabes qué nos obligan? Nos obligan a ser mejores. Y como estamos siendo tan mejores que ellos, como los estamos aplastando en la batalla cultural, los estamos pasando de arriba, porque no solo le ganamos en lo
Louis 15 straight out of the
somos
bottle,
superiores
yeah.
moralmente, somos superiores estéticamente, somos mejores en todo. Y les duele. Entonces, como no pueden pelear con las herramientas legítimas, se apalancan en el aparato represivo del Estado, poniendo torres de guita para hacernos mierda. Y aún así no pueden. Tuvieron que bajar la nota. ¿Me entendés? Que están perdiendo. Están desesperados, están perdiendo la batalla cultural, los zurdos de mierda. Por primera vez se ven acorralados los zurdos de mierda.
Can we, like, when he's done fixing Argentina, when he decides to retire, can we have him as Attorney General? Pretty please? Or can we have him run the FBI? You know, just some kind of function where he can be set loose to hunt commies. I want this man. I want this man to hunt communists. Because you know there's going to be none of that mild-mannered McCarthy shit. He's going to actually hang them on fucking lampposts. You know he will. There will be just no surviving him. They're going to flee to fucking Cuba just to escape this man. It is funny that communists constantly shit-talk this guy and laughed at how bad his economy was the month his policies were enacted. Crickets now, they want to forget him. Exactly. He is once again proven right.
Después no me digan que yo no tengo por qué avalar todo lo que dice mi ley, porque decís zurdos de mierda y van a decir, acá se sienta la gente y dice lo que quiere.
Sí, son zurdos de mierda.
Acá hay libertad de expresión.
¿Sabes cuál es el problema, Viviana?
No le digo a la gente cómo tiene que pensar y lo que tiene que decir.
¿Sabes cuál es el problema, Viviana? Que es muy fácil ser socialista en un país liberal, pero es invivible, imposible ser liberal en un país de zurdos. Entonces van a utilizar...
We need that on a fucking sign. Let's run that one again. It is...
Viviana, que es muy...
It is too easy to be a socialist in a free country, but it is impossible being a libertarian in a socialist country. Boy, that slaps so hard.
Imposible ser liberal en un país de zurdos. Entonces van a utilizar el aparato represivo del Estado para perseguirte. Esto es Gramsci de manual. Gramsci de manual.
Hello? Do you like your new Revive adjustable base? Oh.
Reminder that YouTube is borderline unwatchable because they have an Indian CEO. Never forget that. Q honey badger, Alaskan Malamute. I need a couple of palate cleansers. Humor me.
This is
Yeah, we're gonna watch a cat grooming video before we watch the Sargon video. I think we need to temper the fire a little bit. Otherwise, I'm just gonna put my kit on, sling my rifle, and go hunt. Also, piss break.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her own physical safety. The same thing has happened with heritage Americans. In the U.S., the goal is to create a new understanding of what is an American that sees America as being an extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. You see Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s, it all came crashing down.
James Lindsay is a MiG-15. All right, let's watch a cat get
and no.
groomed.
He didn't dip his paws in mustard.
Hi. Oh, wow, that was quick.
That yellow staining is from urine.
Tube?
A not so charming souvenir from the kitten farm he was rescued from.
Oh.
That's it, that's all?
He cautiously emerges from his carrier like a cat stepping off a spaceship, unsure of this strange land of kindness and treats.
Hi. Would you like to have some tube?
Oh, it is. See, Maine Coons are such nice
Good
cats.
boy.
It's so upsetting when they're mistreated.
I have to try to trim your paw hair because they're stained. Probably gonna have those shaved. Another one of those cats that doesn't stop moving.
There. Now onto the stained paws. The goal is to shave the sadness away. He wasn't thrilled, but I reminded him, exfoliation is a part of
I
healing.
think you're neutered. You gonna let me shave your paws? Look at those feet. Sorry, buddy. Let's try a happy hoodie.
It's also a relatively young cat, too.
Get you to stay still for a second. Come here.
I put on a happy hoodie, which immediately triggered a full-on existential crisis.
Uh-oh. I think he's gonna panic.
He doesn't want that.
I know, but he won't stop moving.
He was fine when he was cutting his foot.
No, he wasn't. Oh, he doesn't like that. It's okay. I know your feet are gonna look a little bit funny until they grow back. It's okay, buddy. So he came from like a hoarding situation.
Oh.
So he has really bad urine staining. So she asked me to shave that off, basically.
He gave me a side eye that said, "Ma'am, I've been through enough, so I took it off for his comfort and switched tactics.
Okay, come here. Come here, I'm taking it off.
Chin scratches. He approved.
He's really on the move.
She's probably gonna have to shave his belly too because that's also stained.
It's okay, kitty. Maybe you gotta give tubes.
Oh, well, he doesn't really care about them. He did a little bit. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I have a feeling he's gonna go AWire in the tub.
Then came nail trimming, which Toby interpreted as round 2 of betrayal.
Okay. Buddy. Holy mackerel.
He flailed like a soggy raccoon in a pillowcase. But to his credit, not a single swipe, just dramatic resistance.
Hi. Hello. This nail is growing in the opposite direction. Look at that. It's growing up.
Okay.
It's nice that you're friendly, though. Can I see this paw? Let me just see. Can I just see? That went right in my mouth. Want some more tube?
He took a snack break to refuel for the chaos.
Yeah.
Then, in a shocking twist, decided to chill. With his energy down and his meat tube up, I was able to finish trimming
Thunder.
his paws and his nails. We both deserved an award.
Good boy. Look at that. You got some weird feet, buddy.
And now, it's time for the bath.
Okay. Try to go
Hey,
for a
something
bath.
else, but do I want to talk about the title? We've already talked about the title, but if you have something to say your piece.
I have a feeling.
We're decompressing after looking over it entirely too much. The sad thing that happened today really killed you wasn't the video, was a picture of him and his wife and their biggest smile holding their 2 tiny kids. It's heart-wrenching. Again, I'm gonna sound like a broken record. The guy was vanilla and milquetoast. He was not a threat to anyone. All he did was shine a light on the fact that these people are retards and asshats. All he did was talk and be argumentative. And they fucking killed him for that. They orphaned 2 children because they had no verbal comeback. Yeah, the traveling philosopher. All he did was dismantle their bullshit commie dialectic. And they saw that as being dangerous enough to just eliminate him entirely. Which means just, it should be food for thought for what they will do to the rest of us if given the opportunity. So I maintain that we never give them that opportunity. We don't hunt because good men with words go out to them. We do the right thing. Oh wait, what? Oh, we don't hunt because good men with words go out to them to do the right thing. Yeah, and apparently they don't appreciate that sentiment. So maybe there is a time where some hunting should be done. Oh, listen, I am completely on board with that biome. I had my gripes. I had my gripes with the man and his opinions. I disagree with about like half of the shit he said. Just because he's a little too tradcon for my taste. Like, but he was of a live and let live persuasion mostly. So he was of a persuasion that I can coexist with. Because sort of people of our political leanings understand that your rights end where the rights of others begin. And the left does not understand that. So I am peers with the tradcons. I'm not peers with this subhuman filth. It's not about agreement, it's about respect. They fundamentally don't understand respect without agreement. Yeah, they think that respect and agreement are the same thing. Again, I would call out both him and Tucker, and I did call out him and Tucker on things they got wrong. But it's things that you are supposed to discuss. You're supposed to be able to freely discuss things, because that's why freedom of speech is enshrined in the First Amendment, as opposed to being granted by a law put in place by a government. It supersedes our government. And if they don't want to engage in speech and if they don't want to engage in the political process, well, I guess they get to be purged.
Feeling I'm going to be catching a cat off my ceiling. There goes nothing.
His expression said, "You said snacks, not submersion."
It's okay. Give us a second. It's okay.
He's looking for that jump.
Good boy.
He tried to escape several times. Once by climbing the tub, like a jungle cat with poor coordination.
Okay.
I think he
But
has a
eventually,
thumb, too.
He realized he wasn't in any danger. Just very, very damp.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, that's a Maine Coon. Are you spotting a pattern in the cat videos that I watch?
All right. Will you be okay if you just stay here? Don't
I just really like large, long-haired cats.
jump. It's okay. Oh, airplane ears. He's not a happy cat. It's okay. I'm gonna stay in the tub, buddy. He's not happy. This is gonna be hard.
AI cats with thumbs will end us long before AI does. One of your favorite cat glow up videos was a surprise Maine Coon. Oh, that must have been wild.
I touch you with
They probably clocked him in as like just a random gray tabby.
duck. Are you gonna lose it? It's okay. Okay, if I scruff you, am I actually going to be able to hold you back? I don't know. The whole point was to try to wash.
He also has such a pretty coat. It's such a waste of a nice coat on such a wonderful Maine Coon because he has that smoky marble pattern to him where he's mostly undercoat.
Never in my 9 lives.
Boy, don't jump.
Started out as a skinny kitten found on the street, too much hair, very skinny, then boom. A year later, a healthy British Maine Coon living his best life. Nice.
See you thinking about it. It's okay. Good boy. Yeah, very good boy. No, don't jump. No, don't do it. All right, wish me luck. I gotta turn this water on. Okay. Very good boy. Can we turn into the other side?
This is a war crime.
That wasn't a shorts video, I see.
Okay. No. You made it. It's all over. Good job. That wasn't that bad.
You stripped me of my dignity and my natural oils.
Not yet. It's okay. It's the first noise he's made. Okay.
Maine Coons are very nice to look at.
You well towel dried so that you dry quickly.
After his bath, it's time for the hair fryer.
With all of the fighting he does, notice that he's not even drawing claws at any point. All he does is try to wiggle out, jump away, and he's only just now producing any kind of noise. You just want to appreciate how hard it is to send me everything you find Japanese when you're looking up horse lore. Oh, wait. To not send me everything Japanese you find. Listen, that's what the Weeb channel is for in the Discord. I don't promise that I'll answer everything.
Okay. Okay. Let's go into the Easy Bake Oven.
Kitten farms, also known as high-volume breeding operations, are the feline equivalent of a nightmare dorm room. Too many cats, too little hygiene, zero regard for health, genetics, or basic quality of life. These operations often inbreed cats to produce specific traits, leading to lifelong medical and behavioral issues.
See, that's why when I get around to actually adopting a cat, I'm adopting from a reputable breeder, just to not have to deal with that, to not reward people who do shit like that.
No enrichment, no vet care, just cats pumping out more cats in cages stacked like lasagna. Toby was one of many pulled from this environment during a mass rescue. And somehow, he came out of it sweet, loving, and still willing to trust humans, which is honestly nothing short of a miracle.
You're so cute.
So please remember to always adopt or shop responsibly.
Okay, enough belly pets. Thank you. Okay, let me wipe those eyeballs. Oh, yeah, you got some dirty eyeballs. Sorry. Oh, I think the cat just farted.
I wiped his eyes, brushed his coat, gave him a finishing spritz of cologne, and rewarded him with another tube snack because he is, in fact, the best boy.
Have two black ones you've adopted. Happy boys. I'm glad to hear that.
Good boy.
I finally have the living space to accommodate a cat, so I'm strongly considering.
Spray? Want you sniff? Nope. No. There you go. Now you smell nice.
Toby may have come from a kitten farm, but
Good
today
boy.
he walked out smelling like a luxury candle.
It's a very nice cat.
And purring like a jet engine.
Here you go. Thank you. Please come again.
He is safe, adored, and finally living the life that every cat deserves.
Dog chow 10.
Today we are
All right, let's. Sorry, today's stream is going to be whiplash the entire way.
Britain. We need to have many difficult conversations in the West, and I don't think we're going to have the conversation in Britain that America is trying to have over there. This whole incident has just been harrowing, frankly. My timeline is nothing but this at the moment. And so I guess I've got to talk about it. So, there is a real problem with race relations in America now. I'm surely not the first to bring this up. You can be like, duh, we know. But the problem...
Honestly, if the feds would have just fucked off and let us figure it out on our own, there would have been significantly less bloodshed and less money spent on Gibbs.
Actually isn't on the ledger of the average white person. The
Second, I need to pull out a side tab.
problem is on the ledger of the average black person. And a general level of... I don't even know what I can say on YouTube. I don't believe I can adequately characterize what I'm trying to say on YouTube. And so I guess I won't. I will say there's a general level of
fatigue,
resentment, and hatred that comes from one community to another that is unsustainable. I mean, this is just monstrous, frankly, in many cases. And there will have to be a time where there is an accounting for it. Now, I know that many people in one community will say, well, look what happened historically. So, yeah. Do you want to incur the moral burden that you feel that those people owe towards you? Because that's what's happening at the moment. The black community is incurring a moral burden very similar to the moral burden that they believe the white community is carrying. And one day, in the not-so-distant future, people aren't going to be sympathetic to your...
I mean, realistically, all we have to do is remove child benefits and unemployment payments. That's all we have to do.
Moral claims. So, going to the DeCarlos Brown Jr. case, he apparently was mental. I mean, genuinely, he was insane, clearly. And so that makes his presence on the streets all the more dangerous. But I think, I was very cautious in this to say, well, look, we don't know that he wasn't just mental. He seems to have been mental. We don't know that this wasn't racially charged. But I have had a lot of people point out to me, well, it's very difficult to experience an interaction like this between a black person and a white person without it being racially charged. The history is always present in the black community. They carry it willingly. In fact, they seem to enforce it on one another, frankly. And if it's not from them, it's definitely coming from the media and the system itself, especially in Democrat-run areas. So it's very difficult to separate, if it is even possible, to separate these kinds of actions from questions of race, resentment, and history. And so he can say things that sound crazy, that the government implanted materials in his body that made him do this. The material, put it like that. The material using my body, that's it. You know, that's not me. I'm talking about just for no reason. But since they did that, now they've got to investigate the material my body exposed to. So, no taking responsibility for this. Even though after he stabbed her, he said, I got that white girl, which would imply that
apparently random.
There was some sort of racial animus there. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that. I mean, that could just be a way of characterizing her. But, as it was pointed out to me, which I think is a fair argument, when you put it in the context of the United States' history and the current political milieu, how could you separate these things? That's a good question. I'm not sure you can. Anyway, the media is, of course, a part of the system that is equally as evil as everything else involved in this story. The shocking and apparently random fatal stabbing. Oh, right, just a random fatal stabbing. And then you've got the pressure people had to put on the media itself, right? The New York Times, again, Elon had to shame these guys publicly before his 200 and however many million followers on Twitter to get them to finally cover it. And then when they did cover it, well, it's about the firestorm on the right. It's not about the fact that this happened. I love this byline.
Yeah, apparently a random white girl being butchered by a schizophrenic on the subway or on the light train, whatever the fuck, is just not news to them. It's not newsworthy.
Security footage capturing the unprovoked stabbing in Charlotte became an accelerant for conservative arguments about the perceived failings of democratic policies.
Perceived. It's perceived failings, Jack.
Perceived failings. Perceived. As if, I mean, yeah, they are definitely being perceived, but that's because of the actual failings. 14 times.
More like observed, yeah.
This guy was let go. Again, by black judges, by people who can't be separated from the political history of the United States. And so this is just all just unforgivable, really, but obviously it is. And so there's no point me laboring that point. And the thing is,
what?
DeCarlos Brown, I think he was crazy. I think Oliver here is wrong. I think he was crazy, but he's not outside of the system, and the system is set up to give him, as she says, he rehearsed his magical get out of trouble words as he was exiting the train. Yeah.
Motherfucker.
These words.
See, I no longer buy the schizophrenia LARP. This is someone who knows all of the magical spells that you cast on the police to get out of trouble for free.
Are him appealing to the political...
The only reason this didn't work is because it was caught on camera, and because it was so blatant. That's the only reason that didn't work. Because if I recall correctly, there was a murder case where one of them used that exact out, and it was pled down to manslaughter.
And racial history of the United States. This doesn't have any weight outside of the American context. Like, just to be clear, and I think a lot of Americans fail to understand this, there isn't white guilt in Europe. We don't have this burden of white guilt.
Why the fuck are you importing half of North Africa?
The interaction between like Europeans and Africans, I'm not saying it's great, but it's not the same as Americans and blacks. We don't carry this burden of white guilt. We just don't feel guilty.
Again, it probably has something to do with me being like still a very early generation American, as opposed to coming from a family that has been here pre-Civil War. But I can't quite empathize with white guilt. My family didn't own slaves. What the fuck does this have to do with me? Fuck off. No, I refuse to pay for your EBT cards.
for colonization.
I don't owe you shit.
Because it just wasn't like American slavery, I guess. And our slavery is so remote from here that we just don't carry it. And so the closest we get in Britain is the Windrush generation. But I really don't think anyone feels bad about they don't feel guilty about them at all. I mean, they were allowed against our will to come here for a start. So it's just not the same. We just aren't carrying the same burden that the Americans are carrying. And this, she called me the N-word, is him playing on it. This him pulling on it. This him appealing. Can I get out of this by appealing to the political history of the United States and the current political structures?
Reminder that the N-word was normal public vernacular not 10 years ago.
Which have brought the pathologization of white people in the black community to this point. And
You sure love the Saxon poem right now? Sure you do.
this was really, really widespread. And it's one of those things where you just can't help but feel a bit... Again, I can't really express myself properly on YouTube, and I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to be racist, I'm just trying to give what I think is an accurate assessment of the problem. And honestly, a lot of the time, I've been to America many times, right? So I've seen many areas.
Honestly, a lot of these problems are solved without devolving into racism and breaking out the calipers. All we need to do is purge the communists, and then shit'll just work again. All we have to do is pile all of the communists and Marxists into one large unmarked communal grave. And everything else will just work out on its own. For a moment, you thought I was watching a quarter pounder? What does that even mean?
Is where there aren't, well, they immediately, they don't.
I mean, Sargon's a quarter something, but
appear to be problems. But there are also many areas where there are problems. And one of those problems is the
the quartering. Listen, Jeremy does work. He does more work than certain people online expecting to earn internet funny money. Okay? He's at the very least not like Cat Turd, who complains that he doesn't get paid enough for reposting other people's posts with an emoji. So does he dabble in the clickbait a little too much? Is the YouTube compliant vernacular utterly cringe-inducing? Yes. Yes to both. But you know what? I sometimes learn of new things through him. And he covers news that sometimes others don't cover. So he serves a purpose.
The people in the system itself. I mean, they genuinely are funding it. So
also, Carl is now less fat than the quartering. So
that people who, even leftists that you speak to, like I spoke to Evan, he was like, yeah, this guy probably needs to be in an asylum. It's like, yeah, no kidding.
3.3 million from left-wing NGO, the MacArthur Foundation, oh boy, went to Mecklenburg County to reduce jail population. The very county that released career criminal, whatever that animal is called. Why do NGOs have 3.3 billion to erode our society? Can we please just start, prosecuting them? I know that there's a discussion of RICO charges for Soros. I would like to see that happen. I would like to see him get the chair so that we don't have another Soros for another 100 years. I also learned a lot from Quarter Pounder. Just sucks that people on our side see his face and have an absolute mental meltdown. I know that T-Man has some big opinions about Jeremy. His son and his wife are in charge. Soros is old. All three of them can get the chair. There's enough room on the chair for everyone. We're an energy sufficient country. We can power 3 chairs if we feel like it.
So why was he on the streets? And up until this very point,
just the pay-per-views alone will cover the electricity cost.
Evan would doubtless have been like, yeah, no, it's good that the left-wing NGO MacArthur Foundation gave $3.3 million to reduce the jail population, which ensures that DeCarlos Brown gets out on the streets so he can murder a white girl when he sees one, right? So it's not anything outside of what is designed to happen. Like, the point is to put these people back on the streets. But then you get the response, and the response is one of those things where it's just like, no, guys, you have to take this on the chin, and if you don't, then the nature of race relations in America is probably going to change through not just this incident, there are many others.
Yeah, your terms are acceptable. I'm not about to take it on the chin, quote unquote. I'm quite about fed up. This, like, sometimes I get complacent and follow local carry rules, allegedly. I am completely done with that this week. After the conversation about this girl's killing, I'm being 100% consistent. Before that, I had my gun on me 90% of the time I go outside. I now have my gun on me 100% of the time that I go outside. That is it. I'm sorry, we do not live in a climate where I will be caught lacking. The reason why the T-Man hates Quarter Pounder is because his ties to the cocaine lawyer and the perceived not helping at fighting against the woke. I don't know about that. I think Jeremy did a lot of good to, again, shine a very strong disinfecting light on the woke and their effects on media. So again, hard disagree there. He's carried a lot of the minute reporting on the Disney shit, for one. So no, I disagree with that assessment. And the cocaine lawyer, listen, who gives a fuck? Some dude was running a harem and snorting coke. Big fucking whoop. I get that that's an aspirational lifestyle to some people, but damn, like, jealousy is not a good look.
But there will be many others in the near future because of an internal disposition and belief in the black community that somehow this is all justified. And therefore, when something like this happens, you get Van Jones coming out and defending him. Well, the man was hurting. You don't know that. You don't know that.
He wasn't hurt enough.
You don't know. I mean, he seems to be mad. I don't know if that means he's hurting, but that also means he shouldn't be on the streets, right? But also, why are we speaking in his defense? You get Whoopi Goldberg. Stop politicizing this. This is not political. No, it is 100% political. This happened as a result of policy. It was policy that put this man in this position.
It was the decision of people with political aspirations and political motivations to keep this man out and about, free to kill a random white girl. No, it is political. It has always been political.
To murder this girl, a Ukrainian refugee. Like, there's just no arguing that she is somehow connected to black oppression in America. There's just no arguing it. There's no linkage there whatsoever, but he didn't know that and he didn't care. She was white and he thought, oh, okay. And of course, none of the black people on the carriage did anything to help. It's far too late before any of them thought, oh, maybe we should do anything for her. And say, oh, it's not political. Well, I mean, I think it might be, actually. I can't help but see it as
No, it's 100% political. It is political through and through, and I've explained ad nauseum as to why.
Being political. And I can't help but see that your defense, your attempt to obfuscate, to dive in the way, that's also political. And that's also because there's an accounting. There is a moral ledger on either side of every question. And Whoopi's side is racking up demerits in a way that probably won't be cleaned off very well. And then you have the Black Lives Matter Twitter account, which just posted a video of a woman arguing, quote, "We have a right to violence." That's like, okay, well...
Oh, shit, in that case, I have the right to put each one of you fucking down like a rabid dog.
If you believe that, and if that is representative of a large swathe of that community, which we're told...
T-Man has a weird standard when it comes to quality research. Probably because Quarter Pounder is not as autistic about most left-wing crap as Kershaw coverage of Bridge. I think that Jeremy is a very good gateway drug into consuming Kershaw. I would word it like that. Jeremy is easier to get by the normies and have them eventually end up watching Kershaw.
Black Lives Matter is, then that kind of implies that other people actually are not insensible for what is termed white flight. That's what that implies. If you have a right to just murder white people when they're unawares and sitting on a train, then all sorts of things follow from that. All sorts of things. And nurturing this hatred and grievance against white people, okay, continue down this path and see what happens. You aren't going to get the results you want, because everything about Black Lives Matter was predicated on the idea, for all their tough talk, it was predicated on the idea that they could endear themselves to the moral sympathies of white.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, no, Terry. Yes, it was an absolutely vile response to what happened. Like, all they had to do was shut the fuck up, and they couldn't even manage that. And the thing is, like, the result they're edging towards, they really think they have the odds to win. Because they're bad at math, they don't realize that they're not even 13%. Sorry. A third of that 13% is going to join us in flattening you. You don't know what the fuck you're asking for. If Boondocks was still around, they would have gone all out, pointing out the blatant violence, hypocrisy, and the disgusting overprotection of the black community. Yeah, as they did. That's why Boondocks was gold, and that's why Boondocks will not be. Well, you know what? I think in the current climate, we might see a new Boondocks tier parody.
White people, and the white people give them loads of money.
Yeah, I think, you know what, Thunderbiome, I think where the culture has turned to a place where the Boondocks can exist again,
and give them everything they wanted. When those moral sympathies dry up, then you'd be surprised at how things change. And this kind of attitude from the black community, I saw lots of this. Either total indifference to the woman's death, or that she somehow deserved it because she was white, and somehow that made her an oppressor of blacks. Now that deranged, absolutely deranged. She's Ukrainian.
Honestly, everyone caught posting that should be just caned in public.
The Ukrainians have been a heavily oppressed people throughout their history, and you wouldn't want to have gone through a bunch of the stuff the Ukrainians went through, like at all, in the 20th century.
I mean, for one, first of all, Ukrainians are not really a stratified ethnic group. They're really not. You can argue that maybe the Cossacks are. But they've, at the very least, managed, to develop an actual warrior culture and win wars and not lose and be sold into slavery.
Far more recently than what the black community has been through. Genuinely awful. And it's indicative of a widespread sickness in that community. And while this is allowed to fester, while this is considered to be somehow acceptable, the case for a separation will be made, and it will seem more persuasive the more this happens. And like I said, I'm not saying I'm in favor of any of this, obviously, but I think this is the direction in which things are heading, and I think is the black community itself that is driving it there.
Yep, many such cases. Big agree. I did actually see some very, very strange posts on Twitter, and actually, we are going to quickly look at something. Let me pull this down. Because one of the more deranged posts that I've seen about this whole event is let me see. Tariq Nasheed of Wash Yo Ass fame has there it is. There's that there's that pineal gland empowered 30,000 IQ take real quick. In the North Carolina train attack, the suspect repeatedly attacked the victim's neck directly. Yet after the attack, there are no cuts or blood on the right or left side of the victim's neck. The blood only appears on the floor when she falls out of the camera's view. Why are there no wounds? And the community note, there was a lot of blood. I don't know what violence looks like outside of movies. I think it's actually just profound retardation. I think he's just actually 70 IQ. Should be appearing in the feed below. I'm not sure I want to show the feed below on Twitch. There's some big words there. Let's maybe not scroll through the replies to Tariq Wash Yo Ass Nasheed. famous Kang. Let's maybe not do that. I'm not ready to move to kick just yet, okay? Can you fucking imagine just living in a house where a cat can just do that? Oh my god, you are so round.
Если вы думаете, что это...
Who the fuck put a lion and a tiger into the same enclosure? Luna the Pantera? Is it the one that just opened the door? Sort of accurate. Cheetahs are upsized house cats. Everything else is different level. Well, yeah. Well, see, tigers and lions have a bit. Tigers, lions, and jaguars have a bit of a different behavioral pattern. They're not domesticatable at all because they are large enough to acknowledge that they can hurt a human eventually, and that is realistically what's keeping most cats in line. Let's check one of the Pantera. Why is it offering me babies? Is that the cat? Oh, that's just the itty bitty panther. Okay. Remember a story of a lion that was raised with a tiger buddy? They put him in a pen with a lioness when he grew up. It didn't work out. They put him back with his female buddy. Instant fucking. Well, for one, they're not supposed to crossbreed. They do sometimes, and that's how ligers are produced. But ligers are legitimate interspecies hybrids, and that's why they're all sterile. Chinese, oh yeah, I'm not surprised. They were probably trying to produce a liger. Because they're impressive animals. They are large, they're usually albino.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
that the cat is just aggroed. This thing is a wolf-coyote crossbreed. It can only happen when prey populations are pretty high. That's a very glossy boy, yeah. I love how the dog is just concerned, but the cat is in full aggro.
Ладно, сейчас. Ой, какие. Ой, какие.
I wonder if Luna is an orange cat in spirit. No, not this. I don't get orange energy from this cat. There was one. Since we're learning slurs, I guess I could teach you another slur as a treat. More muscle mass than most males on Blue Sky. It's not a very high bar, no Terry, to be fair. I think most house cats have more muscle mass than males on Blue Sky. Right. So, time to learn a new slur. Because no translator app will translate this correctly. So, this is Ekaterina Tsurkan. Ekaterina Tsurkan is what we refer to as a USAID parasite. She is a far leftist of Russian descent whose sole occupation is supporting the current thing in the form of the unequivocal and unconditional support of Ukraine in the form of endless gibs. And so obviously she has all of the correct current thing opinions that you might expect. And so her reaction to the whole coverage, which she wrote in some leftist rag, is about how the right wing in the US and Europe don't care about Ukrainian lives unless their deaths can be weaponized to promote racism, xenophobic policies at home. And her latest screed in the Kyiv Independent. So, Grok is incapable of understanding the fluid stacking power that is allowed to those who wield the power of Blyat. So, my response to that is, shut your grant money receptacle, which is a play on a different Russian cuss word. So we're going to break this down. Grantopриемник is how we can loosely translate as what we can loosely translate as grant money receptacle. Well, you'll understand the etymology of the term shortly. Isn't Ukraine low-key a socialist nation? Yes, most comm-bloc countries are low-key socialist nations. I mean, by socialist nation, I mean the tax rates are high and social spending is also high. Russia is also that way. Your average salaried worker in Russia will pay an upward of 40% of his wages in taxes. And that's before you factor in VAT and other taxes that he has to pay. So they all bear the scars of communism. But so the term grant money receptacle is a play on cock receptacle, хуеприемник, in Russian. And to close, usually the way this is normally used in Russian speech is to shut your cock receptacle. But since she's probably an unlikable whore, it's more likely that she consumes more USAID grant money just based on her opinions than she does actual cocks. Therefore, I am instructing her to shut her grant money receptacle. So there you go. You've learned a new word for next time you decide to play Dota or Counter-Strike. Alright. Let's see what this
Grooming Rex.
Alaskan Malamute can show us.
He is an Alaskan.
Don't want Ukraine to be conquered by Russia. You welcome any of their beleaguered citizens who are displaced and wish to live in a country productively and respectably. You do not, however, owe their country shit. And that nation belongs in the... Our nation belongs in the priority. The priority queue behind U.S. citizens and everyone else. Yeah, that's reasonable. You're surprised they don't play Cromaru Onii-san in schools because of how educational it is? We're aspiring to that. Listen, I always insisted that my channel is primarily an educational channel. Not only will you learn to hit your macros, but you will also learn some funny words and unusual languages.
Malamute that has been turned away by other groomers due to behavioral issues. Let's see if I'm able to do anything at all with him today. I am going to try to blow his coat out first, see how he behaves for this. This muzzle is not fitting properly on his face. I should switch it for a smaller one. The problem is I can't, because if I try to take it off, he will try to bite me. And if I try to put on a new one, he will try to bite me. So
Aggressive Malamutes, I guess.
we already tried this
The more you
outside.
know.
The owners had to put the muzzle on his face. So we will see what happens if he gets out of this muzzle, or I think that it's just not helping, then I might have to have the owners come back and put a smaller size on. Please stay here when I turn this on.
A German Shepherd Malamute dog mix. That's a nuclear combination. If it has the energy levels of a German Shepherd at the size of a Malamute, oh boy. No one is ready for that. She has the personality of roasted marshmallow. Not Lankara, you didn't mean that as an insult, and I kind of get it, but it does sound like an insult. Had to get your boss to jump your car? Did your battery die?
If you're living with severe alopecia areata, it's time to grow out loud.
Then just shave your fucking head. No idea what drained the battery. You're gonna blame the Jews? Ah, you wouldn't be the first one. You're assuming there's a slur that incorporates the word roast? Now, Lankara, you should have been on the internet long enough to know that word. Oh yeah, like a lot of these dogs have a very robust undercoat and they shed like crazy. Am I currently suffering from alopecia? No, I have a full head of hair that I insist on shaving. You see, because I'm not a dysgenic MiG-15 like Hassan Piker, I don't have to pin test to be at optimal levels, and therefore I don't have hormone-induced hair loss. And she does live in Canada, so I assume this is, you know, in a place where winter exists. That is a lot of fur.
So Rex has had successful grooms in the past. He moved here, I want to say, from the Middle East, although don't quote me on that because I have the memory of a goldfish, and even though they told me where he moved from, I actually can't remember. And since he moved here, and he's been in Canada, no groomers around here have been able to successfully groom him. They told me that upon arrival to grooming salons, he will growl and bark at them. And for that reason...
See, I wonder, did they just put him under for other grooms? I mind growing your hair out during the winter as long as it doesn't get into your eyes and ears. Fuck you in summertime. You haven't gone a week without a haircut. See, I kind of jettisoned hair at some point because it was getting in the way of my grappling. It was presenting a liability. It was too easy to get stepped on, so I just shaved that, all of it, wholesale. And I've never been happier. Like, I'm perfectly fine with just shaving my head completely clean once a week.
The groomers have turned him away. So he's not actually ever bitten anyone, but the groomers were fearful, oh, he's staying there, to work on him, which I completely understand, because a dog of this size that is going to act in that manner it can be scary. So far, the only time he growled at me is when the owners were present. Since I've been alone with him, he has allowed me to blow dry him. He is allowing me to bathe him right now. I was told that the paws are a trigger for him, so the paws might be a challenge. I do think it's important to approach this dog with confidence. I have been speaking to him in a very high-pitched tone, trying to sound friendly and excitable, which I don't do with dogs that are excitable, but I do it with dogs that are more relaxed like him and have a tendency to fear strangers a bit. So far, the groom is going...
I think that when owners are present, he's probably figured out that if he acts aggressively enough, they will just take him away from the place where he doesn't want to be. Because dogs are very good at manipulating behavior. They put two and two together very quickly, and they know very well when they can and can't get you to do stuff. Been thinking about getting a Mexican hairless dog. For this reason alone, you don't care about the sunscreen cost because it also would burn up in the sun? I don't know. I think hairless animals are just wrong.
Pleasantly well. I don't have any major complaints. The reason why I switched from blowing out his coat to bathing him is because he is behaving really well. I was nervous that if I washed him, I wouldn't be able to dry him, and then he would go home wet. But since I know he's good with the dryer, I am just going to bathe him first and then blow him out, so that there's less dander everywhere. In addition to that, the owners told me...
It is funny to watch hairless cats fight. It's like two half-roasted chickens slap fighting.
...that he was very matted. The good news is that he is not matted. He is just shedding. He is just shedding a lot of coat. So no matting for you. So far, he's letting me touch him everywhere. So that's really good. Hey? Are you a good boy? Are you a good boy, Rex? You were just putting on a show in front of your owners? Yeah. I think so. I think we're going to have to use a lot of shampoo on this guy because his coat is very compacted. He does have some hip issues, so he is going to try to lay down the majority of this groom, which is totally fine with me. The goal here today is just to get him comfortable. He desperately needs this coat removed, obviously to get him clean, But if I'm unable to complete the paws, or the haircut isn't, or the groom I should say, isn't perfect, I really don't care. The owner asked me several times to please not remove the muzzle. They are concerned that he is unpredictable and they don't want me to get hurt, so that's fine. I will keep him muzzled, which means I won't be able to wash his face, but that's okay. It's okay, buddy. I'm not gonna wash your ears. Good boy.
Overweight hairless cats definitely complete the part. Oh yeah, they're hilarious.
You are definitely on the smaller side for an Alaskan Malamute. I really wish I could change out the muzzle to be the smaller muzzle.
Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in. The new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business.
Every time an unskippable ad plays, I want an Indian deported. Two unskippable ads, Oni Dojo.
Hello and welcome to Animal Watch, and this week...
Okay, it just looks like a giant hairless cat. No.
But I don't want to press my luck and do something that might trigger him and then make the rest of the groom not possible. So as long as he's not using his front paws to rip the muzzle off of his head, then it should stay.
Don't I want to get the overpriced Mario Lego set? I already have an overpriced Lego set that I'm not building. I'm still stalling for a big workshop video, rather a workshop stream, to do that. Which reminds me, I was recently sort of moving my stuff around, and it turns out that a Lego set that I had just sitting on my bookshelf has started cracking. Like actual bricks that are in an assembled set have developed material fatigue cracks.
Stay on, and it shouldn't be a problem. If he does use those front paws and lift it off of his head, then I might have to contact the owner to come back and try fitting on the smaller muzzle. A key to working on a dog that shows some type, I'm not going to say aggression here, it was more like I don't know, like a dominance thing, or he just seemed, in front of his owners, he seemed very tense and unsure of me. But
What color are the pieces that are cracking? I think they're all concrete gray.
alone, he seems to be fine. So the best way to approach those types of dogs is basically to show them that you're not afraid of them, because a lot of them thrive off of knowing that you're scared, and then they will continue to behave in the way that they know they're going to get a response from you. Are you going to shake? Don't get the camera wet, please. Now, I am touching him all over right now with the nozzle, and he's letting me. I don't know if he's going to let me scrub him in, but we'll see. We will try. I bathed him first in Nasty Critter. Now I am bathing him in De-shedding. I did not get a before and after photo of him, but there will be before and after footage of him, just because with the owners there again, he was very tense, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to get him to sit still for a photo, so I just took some footage instead. We're not going to back out of the shower though, okay? Now, they did bring him in on a harness, which I asked them to remove, and I provided them with a collar instead.
Gray, brown, and gold are the high risk for doing that? Interesting. What are my thoughts on Charlie Kirk? First of all, please drop the fucking YouTube vernacular. Do not with me. This is Twitch. There's a reason why I don't respect my YouTube. Second of all, I'm going to sound like a broken record. We've been over this a number of times. The man was a vanilla moderate tradcon. All he did was talk. And for the crime of dispelling the retard Marxist dialectics, they killed him. And I believe at that point they've exhausted any kind of allowance for mercy that they may have received or deserved. a vanilla moderate tradcon. It's a traditional conservative with inoffensive opinions. Hey, listen, when people walk into the chat, I'll engage with them. I don't expect people to watch back a 4-hour stream to look at an opinion. Also, I don't think you can roll back. I don't think you can rewind an active stream on Twitch. I think you can do that on YouTube. But listen, I don't mind engaging with chat. The point is that Charlie Kirk is moderate. He did not espouse anything that's extreme or... Oh, really? Well, I know you can't on Twitch. I think YouTube allows you to do that. But yeah, I don't think you can roll back. I don't think you can rewind the VOD on Twitch as it's happening. But the thing is that Charlie Kirk espoused very moderate, sort of middle ground, standard American opinions, realistically. And all he did was talk. Like, his mode of engagement was getting people into a conversation and trying to convince them. And the left's response was to kill him. The left's response to being spoken to and their response to being disagreed with in a civil manner was to widow a young woman and orphan 2 young children. At which point I think we should no longer extend them the charity of considering them human. That is it. They are no longer people. They are enemy combatants. Well, here's the thing. The term far right was watered down and it was used as motivation for what happened to him. Just the fact that the label far right was even attached to him already is a contributing factor to someone going through with an assassination plot because he was speaking. Because far right is a label that is supposed to elicit certain associations. It is supposed to automatically send you to imagine the mustache man. You are supposed to think of mid-century Germans, even though they were actually a subcategory of socialism, which people tend to forget, and they were actually very, very much left of center, but I digress. Far right is effectively a friend or foe identification tactic. It designating someone as far right is the equivalent of designating someone as a valid target. I think that's only if you're a brainwashed dumbass, though. When you think far right, that's not what you think of. Fair enough, but that is how the label is most commonly used. I don't think most even sort of significantly right of center, significantly conservative people would describe themselves as far right. Like, when people say far right, usually the association is jackboots, camps, and whatever the fuck else. Despite it fails to factor in the nuance that that there are 2 axes on the political compass. So you can be as far right as you want, but if you're also libertarian, then that's like a completely different thing. It means that you're just socially conservative. Thank you for the follow, Pikachu for 2069. God, I just noticed the fucking numbers in your username. Just glossed over them entirely. Welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. So I think that the way, and again, it's dialectic fuckery, right? Leftists and Marxists have been using far right as a stand-in for authoritarian right. What's the best starter? Oh, you're not asking me, so I'm not going to answer that question. But I know the correct LeBron James. Okay, valid.
Also brought him in on a retractable leash, which I had them take with them, and I put him on a regular leash. This is for...
Okay, here's the real thought. Is Pikachu even a fucking starter? Let's be real. Pikachu is not a valid starter. Pikachus are not starter Pokemon. No, not for some. No, nor should he be. Exactly, see? Listen, I can have Pikachu as my starter Pokemon in Pokemon Go, but that's because the... Well, no, but he had his own game because he has main character Pokemon privilege. The starters are always the first 3 Pokemon in a set. You played the Let's Go Eevee, was the second most boring Pokemon you've ever played. Listen, the best Pokemon game, hands down, is Pal World, and I'm sorry, but that'll never change. But this is a hill that I'm going to die on. Starter Pokemon are strictly the first 3 in a set. It's a fire Pokemon, a grass Pokemon, and a water Pokemon. That is it. Those are starters. Those are starter Pokemon. Everything else is for special snowflakes. Even in Pokemon Go, your default choice of starter, you picked Greninja because it was a good choice. Yeah, sure. It's like saying Agumon is a vanilla Dig. I don't know the Digimon lore at all whatsoever. Like they were knockoff Pokemon when Pokemon were just picking up, so I just ignored them wholesale. Even though I think I had someone gave me a Digimon shirt, mistaking it for Pokemon, and it was like my least favorite shirt. I was so salty about that. Such a little prick about it. Too many firefighting. Are there any firefighting? There are 2 firefighting starters that I know of. The Primeape genome and the Torchic genome. Technically, Digimon was a spin-off of Tamagotchi. Alright, big if true. But yes, Pikachus are not starters. There are 3 starters in every set. And Pikachus only exist in Kanto. Checkmate, atheists.
For a few reasons. Harnesses were actually designed for the dog to be able to pull you. Specifically with these Arctic breeds, it was designed so that they can pull sleds, right? So if you want to have control over a dog, a harness is not the right way to go. If you have a reactive dog, a harness is not the right way to go. So instead of the harness, I am using a collar, which gives me more control
Best
over
traditional
the dog
starter is Torchic.
and causes him to pull less. The retractable leash is pretty self-explanatory.
I generally don't. I don't like any generations after Kanto.
Not want the dog to have the ability to go as far away from me as they want to, but also the retractable leash has this really horrible plastic handle that gives me no ability to control the dog. I want to be able to put 2 hands on a leash.
The Charmander line is overrated. How fucking dare you?
When I am dealing with a dog that could
Never mind that I was always Team Blastoise, but still, how fucking dare you?
be a bit unruly. Good boy, Rex. You are being very, very good for a dog that had all of these warning.
You leave Charbro alone.
Yeah, I'm touching your tail. You have lots of burrs in your tail, which we are going to need to remove. You cannot exit.
We must purge all of the communists. Kuromaru Dojo, in complete unison and agreement. Which starter is the best? Civil War.
A lot of people ask me what temperature my water is at. It is at warm, so not hot, not cold. Unless it is a really hot day and I am grooming a large dog like this, then I might put it on cool just to help cool the dog down because they can get really, really hot during grooming. He is wearing this noose here.
There's a Malmo.
I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Please, no, thank you, President Reagan. You've helped enough, and now I can't own a full auto Mark 18. Huh? If you choose a starter because there's porn of it, get what? Can I please How do I remove someone else's Twitch account?
Just because I had the owner put it on for me. A lot of times dogs do not like it when you put something around their neck, or what I should say is not so much put something around their neck, but when you go over their head to put something on them, they panic, especially if it's a dog that's already a little bit nervous, but they trust the owner. So I had the owner do it so that I wouldn't have to do it. That means it's one less step for me and also less anxiety for the dog. I have to get on the other side of you though, buddy. You're gonna have to turn the other way. I have a feeling this is more a dog that tries to scare you in the beginning at drop-off, and he seems to have been successful with other groomers. And then once he's in the
Only goon to Fortnite porn around here. You speak for yourself. This is an Overwatch household.
grooming salon being worked on, he kind of just gives up and tolerates it well. Come over here.
I say that as someone who's played 0 minutes of Overwatch.
Taking the time to savor Thomas's crunchy yet soft bagels.
Thanks, Tom.
It's Tom, actually.
Right.
Hyperborean Mercy's I prefer Widowmaker.
Good boy. When you have a dog that's nervous, you really don't want to corner them, which is why I'm being extra gentle with him in the
Thank you for the gift sub, Thunder Biome. It better be a female character. Jesus Christ. Just a moment, I need to read out the disclaimer. If you have just purchased a subscription to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel, your dick has increased in size by 3 inches, and an additional inch for each progressive tier. Effects do not last after your sub has expired.
shower. I'm not really forcing him to go places he doesn't.
There are probably more people who have gooned to Overwatch than played it. Absolutely, I'm one of those people. I've never touched Overwatch as a game. In my reality, it exists solely as a porn multiverse.
Doesn't want to go. I'm doing my best not to make him feel like he's cornered, although I really don't think that this dog is actually that scared. I think he is more of a brat, to say the least.
My. Wait, which one? Which my? SNK mine? Or is there a my character in Overwatch? Played it for a bit, ranked, ruined it. Only should have been on serious, fun, colorful, shooty shoot game. Listen, if there was space for a deep meta and for sweaty gameplay, so be it. Just don't play ranked. Just like I play Gray Zone strictly for PvE shit and never go into PvP.
Just tries to get his way. And then when he can't get his way, he doesn't care. He doesn't seem to be showing me any major stress signals or fear signals at all. He seems to be very much relaxed. He is on gabapentin, which is a pain medication. I advise that the owner bring him in on pain medication.
Oh, okay. Maze. Wait, no, she's not. I think it's the other way around, no, Terry. Mai Shiranui is the SNK character. The flames and the fans. Mei is the obese Chinese bitch. And you have just betrayed yourself as an architect. Oni Dojo, point and laugh.
Meds just because they knew he had hip dysplasia. So if he can be on some pain medication, it might make the grooming a little bit more comfortable for him. If he is being groomed and his hip...
Oh, wait, it wasn't you. It was not Linkara. Linkara is the chubby chaser. Point and laugh.
...start to hurt, he might correlate his hips hurting by me hurting him, and not just he has a medical condition, right? He's a dog, not a human. And so if he thinks I'm hurting him, then that might give him a reason to not like grooming. So if we can reduce the amount of pain that he has, it'll be more successful for him. Which I'm glad that they took my advice on doing that, because I'm sure...
Gonna go for Samba, but she might cut you in half. Listen. There is a reason why they have to tell us to not stick our dick in crazy. And we still don't listen.
Will help a lot. I talk to him a lot when I get to his head, because I notice that's just the spot where he kind of gives me the
The more you watch, the more he reminds you of Arcanine.
Doesn't
That's
really
awesome.
Trust me fully.
Blizzard tried to please the bottom 80% of ranked players and remove the original casual gameplay. Wait, but wouldn't the bottom 80% like the casual gameplay?
Hopefully, I will be able to brush around his face at the very end of his groom. If he shows me no signs of aggression, he doesn't try to bite, he doesn't growl, and he's good for the whole grooming, I will remove the muzzle at the end, even though they
May
asked me
wasn't
not to.
originally fat. She just wore a 600-pound of Arctic clothing. No, her face was fat the entire time.
Not because I want to be defiant, but because the hair around his face here is probably also compacted, and it would be really nice to be able to brush that.
Jumped up Dunning-Kruger specimens. Competitive players in quick play, you stop playing 90% of shooters because of that. Yeah, like if you want to sweat, then fuck off to ranked. Because quick play, sure, you shouldn't sabotage your team. Like, don't be an anchor, but at the same time, chill the fuck out. Not everyone has an Adderall prescription and endless time off because you're unemployed. The bottom 80% of ranked players wanted casual mode. Oh, they wanted casual mode to be the same game mode as ranked, so they could practice more. I see.
Over here. Good boy. Good boy.
Again, never played a minute of Overwatch. I've played a total of 10 minutes of Marvel Rivals, got bored, and
Can't get out.
never started it up
Please don't
again.
leave. Please remain. You're kind of skinny, like in a good way. You're a lean dog. You're not overweight, which is really ideal because you have hip dysplasia. Are you gonna let me scrub your butt? Are you a tad bit drowsy? I might have to give back here a good wash, but I'm going to rinse him first. You are covered in burrs, sir. Where have you been? He is going to blow up the shop, though, when I dry him. Hopefully I can get him on the table. I let him go on the floor first when he was here and blow dried him on the floor because I didn't know the dog. I was unsure of his personality, and I didn't want to try to force him on the table and then he gets upset. So I just kind of let him do what he wanted to do, but for the second time around, I do want him to go on the table because I need to be able to dry him properly.
There's a Malamute and a Husky that I frequently see being walked around the area where I run. Boy, do those dogs feel miserable in Texas in the summer. Only play single-player shooters because you don't have to worry about dealing with an unemployed degenerate upset that they can never get platinum. Well, that's where all the good storytelling is going now. You know what? I'd say Gray Zone is different. Gray Zone is effectively an MMORPG with shooter mechanics, and on the PvP side, the people have been so good. They have such a high-quality community. Like, a lot of vets, a lot of Leo guys, a lot of just, chill dudes that like guns. It's a very, very cool community. On the PvE side, PvP gets a little spicy occasionally, especially with the amount of cheaters they have to deal with. You were a top 500 May main for Season 1. First global eliminators per minute as Zenyatta. Is Zenyatta the pink-haired Russian lesbian? Oh, Zenyatta is the healer robot. Okay. Yeah. He's not Robot Buddha. He's Robot Dalai Lama.
Okay, Rex, come on. I gotta give you a towel to dry. Good boy.
Oh, Zarya.
So,
Okay.
cross our fingers, but so far Rex has been totally fine.
Is a completely straight Russian tank.
I haven't had any issues with him. Right? Good boy.
She has no diversity point. I see. I
He
see.
doesn't even try to get out of the bathtub, like or in the
Oh, they
shower, I
did
should say.
have that
He's very
little diagram thing.
I did notice he didn't like having his actual bum washed, not like his back end. Like if I lifted his tail and actually tried to scrub. He didn't like that. He didn't really do anything, but I could just tell he didn't like it. I guess nobody really likes it.
Listen, based on the numerous video evidence that I have seen, Tracer is a completely straight woman who works in a bakery because all she does is get bread.
So I was gonna put him on the table, but he seems to be very comfortable here on the ground. So I'm gonna leave him on the ground for now. If it becomes an issue, he's moving around too much, then I'll try to put him on the table.
Step inside the world of flavors.
See, Zarya is the build where even I am going to say that that's a little bit too muscular for a female frame. Like I like girls with abs, but that's taking it a little bit too far. There's definitely some exogenous test doing some work over there. Listen, no, Terry, you know as well as I do that all women are gay. So is Tracer like a real lesbian? Again, I have seen copious amounts of video footage that proves the opposite. And her girlfriend is a queen. Big if true. Yeah, it depends on whether or not the female Blizzard employees were felt up in a storeroom on that particular week. Honestly, at this point, just based on the stories that I've been hearing about Blizzard, that I've been hearing about Rocksteady under original founding members, you know what? I would rather have the devs that are a little bit handsy and don't know how to treat women well, but make good games. If you don't like it, then fucking quit the company. Maybe Harvey Weinstein was onto something. He's just a big fluffy boy. He's all tuckered out. I think he's asleep too. No, he's here. He's here. It's getting a little repetitive. That's a lot of fur.
And he doesn't appear to like to lay on his left hip. So, I don't know how I'm gonna get the side of your body dry. Come here. Come on. Let's go, sir. Up. Come on, look, we're gonna go up here. Come on. Up, 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 up. Come on. I know you can stand. I've seen you stand. Come on. Good boy. Up, up, up. Come on, good boy. Yeah, I know you want to. Yes, I know you want to. You're wagging your tail. Up, up. Good boy. Good boy. No, not lay. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't panic. No. Okay, so he's laying on the side that I need him to lay on. So hopefully I can get him pretty dry. I cannot get him on the table for the life of me. So I've given up on that dream.
I'm not gonna participate in whatever the fuck discussion y'all are having in chat. I'm just gonna be 100 with you. All I'm going to say is, y'all need some physical activity in your life. It is very obvious that everyone present here has not run a mile this week, or even done a heavy ruck. You've got some poison in your system. You need to work that one out. You need to exercise some demons. I've been actually getting back into doing a lot of Iaido, and damn, it's such an underappreciated modality for low stress exercise. I don't leave zone 2 when I do Iaido, but my grip gets so much work and I burn calories like crazy. Like the 90 minutes spent. Do I want you to fight succubi? Go for it. Why have Overwatch Rule 34 when you can have Delta Nevermind? I don't know what that means, and I don't think I want to. He's still being blow-dried.
Parts of him I can't get dry because he just won't let me. I'm going to give him a little bit of a break right now, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes to complete his groom. Unfortunately, Rex, you are in the way of me getting my brushes.
I don't know what that is, and I don't want to talk about it.
You have to get up. You're in the way. Are you going to be nice about brushing? You can lay back down if you like. Like the blow dryer under here, but maybe he won't mind the brush. Refuse to get on the table. He lays down on the
He's even dealing with the pause.
Only I
Honestly,
had
never looked at Japanese weapon martial arts. So the thing is, talk about the game we really care about, Senran Kagura. You're not wrong. I need to play more Senran Kagura. I've yet to beat the rhythm game. I mean, I've beaten some of the storylines in the rhythm game, but I'm bad at rhythm games. I do have a mainline Senran Kagura game that I need to finish because I only just unlocked the Hebijo storyline, and I haven't completed that one yet. So the thing about Japanese weapon arts is that they are very well preserved, unless they're watered down with cock shit like Aikido. Usually they will have a lot of very pertinent information. And what I have found in my practice is that if you understand the purpose of the forms that you are practicing, there's a lot of information that has significant overlap with modern weapons handling. Iaido can inform concealed carry and open carry, just generally dealing with a carried sidearm, and can provide a lot of best practices. Because at the end of the day, you're dealing with sort of sight lines and planes of access, sometimes with force-on-force control, sort of limb controls, angle controls. And while the physiological act of using the weapon is just mechanically very different, the subtleties are very similar. And I can reverse engineer most Iaido forms to make them some kind of teachable practice for firearms handling. Which is actually, it is a mental exercise that I'm actively pursuing as I'm doing my Iaido recently. So whenever someone says that Iaido has no practical application, it is because they are a fucking amateur and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Watched Menos played Senran Kagura. I don't remember who Menos is, but I think I have Shino. I don't think I don't remember which one I have. I have one of the mainline Senran Kagura games, and I also have a Neptunia crossover in the rhythm game.
Somebody here to hold him, but I do not today. No.
Oh, he's
No.
a real one.
No. Look at him curling his feet under. Well, I got the majority of the bottom of his paws shaved, so at least he won't be slipping and sliding around. But those nails are so long. If he was on the table, it would 100% be doable. I can try to get him on the table again one more time before he leaves. I'll finish his brushing first, and if
His profile said he uses Trojan goat condoms.
They are the softest.
Most flexible.
Oh, non-latex Trojan, there it is.
You can just order Japanese condoms just from like Walmart and shit. They're significantly better than Trojans. Thinking of getting Peach
Can
Beach
you
Splash? Yeah.
lay
It's a solid offering.
here. Can you lay on your side again?
Someone's being difficult.
Can you brush this way? What he does, he lays on this side.
Embrace committed monogamous
does not like.
procreation. No, Terry, sure, but as we've discussed, controlled procreation is the landmark of an advanced society. A lot of people aren't interested in understanding much of anything, so logical analysis often sounds retarded to normal people. Oh, I'm gonna fumble the exact quote, but if a person of an unimpressive mind doesn't laugh at the Tao, it is not a Tao at all.
Laying on.
Oh no, here's a better one. If a person of an unimpressive mind makes light of it, if someone of an unimpressive mind does not make light of a Tao, it is not a Tao at all. There you go. I forget where that's from. Some family members are sex pests that probably need those condoms. I mean, I'm not going to comment on that.
Good, yes. Good boy. That's what I wanted. Don't be rude.
He's just a big fluff. Look at him.
And being brushed. And he does not really like his head area touch. That's why I'm unsure if I'll be able to shave the mats out from behind his ears. I don't think he's gonna like the sound of the clipper. Let me shave the mats out from behind your ears. Oh, almost.
He's also a very
Can you lay on the
muscular,
other
fluffy
side so I can do
potato.
the other ear. Let me brush it. Boy. This one does work good. I would have much preferred to do a really thorough job brushing all of the hair around his neck and on his chest. It's very
Trade off for a good boy receives space in bed, you receive him as a pillow.
compacted, but that would mean that I would have to.
I can't abide by dog smell. I'm sorry. I can detect just, normal dog smell. Not the one that they develop if they're unwashed, but just, the regular dog sweat. I pick that up I'm very sensitive to that. And I can't. I don't like it.
Remove them muscle.
That's why I don't keep
which
dogs.
I am going to do because his groom is completed now, but I am not going to do that and work on him because he has shown me that I can't really trust him. I don't think he'd actually bite me. I think he's more bark and no bite, but I'm also not going to take that risk with a large dog like Rex's. If you guys liked this video and you want to see more complimentary grooms just like Rex's, you can support the channel by hitting that follow or subscribe button and sharing with
Look
all of
at
your
him, how
friends.
fluffy he is.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed Rex's transformation, and I'll see you again in a few days.
Oh, wow. Hi. He looks amazing. Oh my God, all of his touching me so soft. Oh, wow.
He's
Oh my
just
God,
a little
thank you
guy.
so much.
It's like a completely different
Support
coat.
your long-term health with Fatty 15.
Damn, that's a drastic difference. I never pay attention to dog grooms because again, I don't pay attention to dogs. Well, yeah, see, apparently the other groomers were just scared of working on him. Which again, I guess that she's just better at dealing with dog behavior, which, you know, as a groomer, you're expected to be. So, I think that's... Is it true that China is suffering from a massive Tibetan Mastiff crisis? Excuse me, what? Oh, the nani the fuck? No, I'm not aware of the massive Mastiff problem. All right, we're just gonna quickly check this out. You know what? I've been watching this person for quite a bit, and the community treats me very well, and we like to give back to friends. So we're gonna raid Sketchy Sally. She plays a lot of Gray Zone, which I really like. But today she is doing Cyberpunk. But you know what? The banter is good. She's got good vibes, good musical taste, and she's generally good sport. So y'all go into her chat. Remember, do not glow, do not get into fights. If I see any one of you being a bitch, I will ban you. Understood? Good. Probably the people are scared of grooming the Malamute, so they're young and untrained. Interesting. Yeah, see, that was the thing that I was about to bring up. I think the Chinese don't really have qualms about, you know, utilizing the dogs otherwise. Good. All of the little chuddies are going to sleep. Thank you for that mental image, Linkara. All right, this has been Onii-san, reminding you to stay strapped and stay dangerous. Bye-bye.
FBI, open up!
Yo, Kuro, what's up, dude? Oh, there's one behind me? Oh, he's upstairs, though.